What if the world's greatest legends were written in stone, both literally and figuratively, etched into the jagged peaks of sacred mountains that loom like sentinels over forgotten civilizations? What if these colossal giants are not just silent watchers, but the very heartbeat of ancient myths, pulsating with secrets that could ignite the very fabric of reality? Each mountain, a titan of whispers, carries the weight of cosmic truths and unspeakable horrors. In the shadows, fierce entities stir, their glacial slumber disturbed only by those audacious enough to tread on hallowed ground. Can you hear the echo of their laughter? Can you feel the chill of their breath on your neck as you inch closer to the precipice of the unknown? From the thunderous peaks of the Andes, where the angry spirits of the Incas scream at the stars, to the frozen silence of the Himalayas, where legends of monstrous guardians slither through the very bones of the earth, each mountain is a cryptic riddle, a puzzle box sealed tight, waiting for the reckless to pry it open. Who dares to challenge the gods? Who is brave enough to scale the heights where mortals fear to tread? Legends twist like the treacherous paths that lead to these summits. Was that thunder or laughter? Was that mist or malevolence creeping across the slopes? The very air crackles with energy, charged with the stories of gods and monsters, laced with the blood of sacrifices made in hopes of divine favor. Every step is a gamble, a roll of the dice against fate itself. Picture the ancient Greeks, straining to hear the oracles prophesied echoed in the cliffs of Mount Parnassus, the muses whispering through the pines. Feel the sweat of the Norse warriors as they scale the rugged arms of Yggdrasil, the world tree, where the roots intertwine with the very essence of existence. Can you taste the salt of tears shed by lost souls who dared to confront the divine? The mountains stand as guardians of cosmic thresholds, and the legends they cradle are not for the faint of heart. They promise glory but demand sacrifice. They tease with the allure of immortality while concealing the horror of what lies beneath. Each tale is a double-edged sword, cutting through the veil of time to reveal sordid truths that make even the bravest shudder. What dark comedy unfolds in the mythology of these sacred pillars? What absurd truths lie hidden beneath layers of grandeur? Picture a god, perched atop a snow-capped peak, sipping ambrosia while watching mortals bumble through their lives, his laughter echoing through the valleys, a reminder of their insignificance. This is no innocent storybook. This is a labyrinth of enigma and power, where the mountains loom larger than life. Each crevice holds whispers of the damned and the divine. Are you ready to confront the shadows lurking in the heights? Are you prepared for the truths that demand your allegiance? Step forward, if you dare. The mountains are calling, and their secrets are hungry for discovery. A low rumble echoed through the valley as thunder clashed against the granite face of the mountain, a beast waking from its slumber, its shadows dancing against the twilight sky. In this moment, standing on the precipice, I felt the ground tremble beneath my feet, as if the mountain itself was alive, a sentinel bearing witness to the fractured lives that converged at its base. The air was thick with the scent of impending rain, mingling with the earthy aroma of wet soil and desperation. It was here, in the heart of chaos, that I found myself bound to the souls of two others, caught in the gravity of their own storms. Mara stood trembling beside me, her eyes flickering like dying embers. The pain of loss lived within her, a wound festering beneath her skin. I could almost hear the echoes of her anguish, the haunting whispers of a brother lost too soon. She clutched a crumpled photograph in her hand, the edges frayed, stained with tears and memories. He said he would come back, she murmured, her voice barely audible over the wind, a fragile thread connecting her to a past that felt like quicksand. The mountain loomed above us, indifferent, ancient. He promised. I remember that promise. I remember the way hope had danced in her eyes, a flicker of light in an otherwise darkened world. And now? Now, that light was a ghost, flickering in the storm of her grief. With each heartbeat, I felt her despair like an anchor, a weight pulling us down into the depths of the valley, into shadows too vast to comprehend. Then there was Ethan, his footsteps heavy with the burden of expectation. He stood a few feet away, watching the storm with wide eyes, brimming with something close to fear, or was it reverence? There was a flicker of madness in his gaze, a glint of something primal that sent shivers down my spine. He had sworn that the mountain held answers, that the spirits of the ancients whispered secrets to those who dared to listen. You don't understand, Mara, he snapped, the words sharp enough to slice through the tension. This is where we find him. This is where we reclaim what was taken. His fervor was intoxicating, a heady mix of determination and desperation. But I saw it, the cracks beneath his bravado, the way he clenched his fists, as if battling the very mountain itself. I understood that beneath the surface of his passion lay a desperate need to prove himself, to be more than just a shadow of his father's legacy. In this moment, he was both a warrior and a coward, seeking glory while cowering before the ghosts of his past. The storm unleashed its fury, rain cascading down like tears from the heavens, soaking us to the bone. I stood between them, a thin thread binding their fractured hearts. The mountain loomed above us, an immovable force, a living testament to ages forgotten, and I felt the weight of its history crushing me. It was sacred, yes, but it was also a graveyard, of hopes, of dreams, of promises unfulfilled. Why do you think he's here? Mara's voice pierced through the chaos, filled with a trembling hope that made my heart ache. Do you really think the mountain knows where he is? The question hung between us, heavy with unspoken fears. Maybe it does, Ethan replied, his voice a whisper steeped in conviction. Maybe the mountain is waiting for us to ask the right questions. And there it was, the crux of it all. The mountain stood as a bridge between the living and the dead, a conduit of sorrow and longing. It was a hallowed ground, sacred and terrifying, where old wounds mingled with ancient whispers. I could feel the pulse of the earth beneath me, a heartbeat that resonated with my own, a reminder that life and death were but two sides of the same coin, spinning endlessly in the vast cosmos. In that moment, as the storm raged around us, I recalled the tales of the ancients, the ones who spoke of the sacredness of mountains. They were places of reflection, of reckoning, where the soul stripped bare could lay its burdens before the mighty stone. I could almost hear their voices echoing through the rain, the bygone spirits urging us to confront our fears, to face the truths we buried deep within us. Listen to the mountain, I urged, my voice steady as the raindrops fell, relentless and raw. It has seen our pain. It knows our stories. But Mara's eyes were still clouded with grief, the storm inside her raging fiercer than the one above. I want to believe, she whispered, tears mingling with the rain, cascading down her face like a river of sorrow. But what if it doesn't give him back? What then? Ethan took a step closer to her, a shadow of resolve settling around him. We have to try. We owe it to him. We owe it to ourselves. I watched the two of them, their lives intertwined like the roots of the trees that clung to the rocky cliffs, both fragile and fierce. The mountain loomed above us, a silent observer of our turmoil, and I felt the urgency of the moment. There was no turning back from the precipice we stood on. With each heartbeat, with every breath, the storm echoed our internal struggle. Lightning split the sky, illuminating the jagged peaks, and for a fleeting second, I saw the world as it was meant to be, a tapestry of vibrant colors woven into the fabric of existence, frayed and imperfect, yet impossibly beautiful. I could feel it, the tension was thick, a living thing that wrapped around us, tightening with every second. The mountains held their breath, the wind howled its mournful tune, and in that moment, all I could think was that we were at the mercy of something greater than ourselves, something sacred yet terrifying. We weren't just searching for a lost brother, we were seeking redemption, closure, perhaps even ourselves. The storm raged on, but I knew deep down that we'd find a way to face it, to confront the shadows that loomed over our lives. The mountain would bear witness to our reckoning, a testament etched against the heavens, we would not leave without answers. And so, as the rain pounded against the earth, we stood united, two souls broken yet defiant, one heart heavy with grief, the other driven by a longing for truth. The mountain loomed larger than life, an endless cycle of hope and despair, and in that moment, I felt it pulse with the promise of what was to come. The confrontation loomed, and it was only the beginning. The air trembled with a silence so dense that it seemed to swallow sound whole. In the distance, the mountains rose like ancient sentinels, their peaks lost in an eerie haze, looming like the ghosts of ancestral spirits. I stood there, my heart pounding, feeling the weight of their presence, a weight that was both comforting and oppressive, a reminder of all that was sacred, all that could be lost. I remember the stories that haunted my childhood, whispered tales of my ancestors, woven into the fabric of the land. The mountains, they said, were not mere stone or earth, they were living beings, breathing, watching, listening. They cradled the spirits of the fallen, cradled our hopes and fears in their rugged embrace. My brother, Kailin, believed fiercely in these myths, his eyes always wide, sparkling with the promise of adventure. But his faith was a fragile thing, easily shaken by the tremors of life. "Look!" Kailin exclaimed, pointing at the distant peak, its summit shrouded in swirling clouds. "The mountain of the ancestors! They say you can hear their laughter if you listen closely." His voice was a melodic blend of excitement and trepidation, a daring spark in the suffocating silence. I wanted to believe him, wanted to feel the thrill of that connection, but doubt gnawed at my insides like a ravenous beast. "Or maybe it's just the wind," I replied, the shadow of skepticism casting a pall over my words. My heart sank at the thought, a betrayal of the childlike wonder that had once thrived within me. The mountains towered above us, but they also loomed within us, taunting us with their secrets. Our mother had always told us, the mountains hold the truth of our people. They show us who we are. But what if who we were was a nightmare waiting to unfold? I could feel the tension coiling in the air, thick and suffocating as we made our way toward the base of that looming giant. The earth beneath my feet felt alive, pulsing like a heartbeat, the whispers of the ancestors curling around us, urging us to heed their call, to unearth the courage hidden within. Kailin took a step forward, a reckless glint in his eyes. "What if we climbed it?" he challenged, a grin painted wide on his face, bright and reckless. My pulse quickened, fear and longing danced in a twisted tango within me. What lay at the summit? Would it be the joyous laughter of our ancestors? Or the echoing cries of those who had been lost before us? Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the valley, icy fingers gripping my skin. I shivered, an unsettling premonition settling in the pit of my stomach. The mountains were alive, their voices a haunting melody that tugged at my soul, coaxing me to answer their call. I could feel their presence in the marrow of my bones, a warning wrapped in an embrace. I wanted to scream for Kailin to stop, to turn back, but my voice caught in my throat. Instead, I followed him, each step heavy with decision, the ground trembling beneath us as if it too held its breath. As we climbed, the world fell away behind us. The vibrant greens of the forest faded to grey. The air thickened, laced with the scent of damp earth and something else, something sweet yet suffocating. Kailin laughed, a sound that echoed against the stones, but there was an undercurrent of fear in it, like a thread unraveling. Did he feel it too? I could hear the whispers now, a swirling cacophony of voices rising with the wind, brushing past my ears, laced with longing and despair. "Help us, remember us," they seemed to call, the words melting into the air, merging with the cold. I was no longer just a girl, I was a vessel, a conduit for the stories that had been buried beneath layers of time, stories that clawed their way to the surface, demanding to be heard. Kailin turned to me, his face pale beneath the weight of revelation. "Do you hear them?" he whispered, his voice trembling with a mixture of fear and awe. "They're telling us something." My heart lurched, caught between his infectious belief and my gnawing uncertainty. "What if they're angry?" I breathed, the words slipping from my lips like a guilty confession. The shadows deepened around us, the mountains shifting, shaking off the dust of memories long forgotten. And then, in that moment of uncertainty, something shifted in the air, a low rumble, like the growl of a beast awakening from slumber. The ground trembled beneath us, rocks shifting, the mountains stirring as though they were displeased. I stumbled backward, gasping, hand clutching Kailin's arm. "We need to go back." Panic surged through me, a raw, visceral fear that twisted my insides into knots. But Kailin's eyes shone with something fierce, a defiance ignited by the mountain's challenge. "No. They're calling us." His voice rang with a fervor I had never seen before, and for a fleeting moment, I was caught in his conviction, a moth drawn to the flame of his unyielding spirit. Could we really hear the voices of the ancients, the echoes of our ancestors, guiding us to the truth hidden within the stone? I hesitated, suspended between fear and longing, my heart pounding a relentless rhythm. The mountains towered above us, their peaks obscured by the swirling mist, each breath heavy with the weight of destiny. And as I stared into Kailin's eyes, I saw the flicker of something profound, a promise that no matter what lay ahead, we would face it together. The earth beneath us was alive, but so were we, alive with dreams, alive with memories, alive with the echoes of our people. I took a deep breath, feeling the pulse of the mountains, feeling the weight of their watchful gaze. And as the wind howled around us, I knew this was just the beginning. A reckoning was at hand, and the mountains were waiting, alive with the stories of those who had come before, ready to be awakened once more. Lightning cracked across the sky, a jagged scar that split the heavens, illuminating Mount Olympus like a chaotic canvas of despair and hope. In that heartbeat, the air thickened with tension, a palpable pulse that no one could ignore, an omen, a warning, a promise. The stone walls of Olympus seemed to breathe, whispering secrets forged in the fires of ancient battles and tangled destinies. I remember the moment I stood on the precipice, the weight of the world pressing against my chest, a storm brewing inside me more ferocious than the one raging above. Zeus's throne glimmered in the distance, a golden beacon surrounded by a tempest of emotions. I was no mere mortal, I was a voice in the chorus of gods and goddesses, carried by the winds of ambition and fear. I could feel my heart thrumming like a war drum, each beat echoing through the stone like a call to arms. Across the marble terrace, I locked eyes with Hera, her beauty fierce yet trembling, a queen caught in the web of her own making. She stood as a pillar of strength, but her eyes betrayed her, flickering like candle flames in a gale. I felt an ache in my soul, a bond forged in shared chaos, in love and betrayal. "What do you want?" she shouted, and her voice cracked like the thunder above us. It was a question that hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. Did she seek power? Forgiveness? Or something deeper, something that curled around the heart like vines around ancient ruins? "I want peace." I screamed back, the wind swallowing my words, yet the intensity of my desire reverberated in the silence that followed. Peace had slipped through my fingers like sand, and I was left clutching at the remnants of a fragile existence. And then there was Hades, brooding in the shadows, his presence like a dark tide threatening to engulf us all. He watched from the edge, a spectre wrapped in shadows, his eyes simmering with the weight of 1,000 untold stories. I had tried to bridge the chasm between life and death, but each attempt felt like a futile dance with fate. "You think you can change what is," he murmured, his voice a low rumble that sent shivers down my spine. "You think they will listen?" The clouds roared, answering him with a cacophony of fury. Lightning lashed out, searing the air, and I could almost hear the echoes of ancient battles in the thunder, the cries of warriors long gone, the whispers of their dreams. I was one of them, a dreamer drowning in the vast ocean of longing, a simple soul caught in the web of divine machinations. I remember, I began, my voice barely rising above the storm. I remember the stories told by the fire, the way they wrapped around my heart like a warm embrace. The gods were not just beings of power, they were reflections of our fears, our hopes. I wanted to be more than just a shadow in their world. With each word, I felt the energy shift, a stillness that settled like dust after a tempest. Hera stepped forward, her facade cracking. "We are not infallible," she whispered, vulnerability spilling into the air between us. "We are bound by our own chains, by the expectations of mortals and gods alike." And in that moment, I saw the truth in her eyes, a raw, unfiltered scar that ran deeper than any divine wound. She was struggling against the weight of her crown, a titan on the brink of collapse, a woman tired of the endless games played in the palace of Olympus. I wanted to reach out, to bridge the chasm of our shared torment. "What if we could break free?" I asked, my voice trembling with the force of my conviction. "What if we could rewrite the stories, heal the wounds? Together?" Hades laughed, a sound drenched in shadows, yet tinged with a hint of something softer. "And become what? A new pantheon? Or mere echoes of the old?" His laughter faded into the distance, leaving behind an unnerving silence that gnawed at my insides. But I could not let despair consume me. I stepped forward, my heart racing, as the storm raged on. I refused to believe that we are nothing more than our past. We can shape our fate. Each word was a truth I had to scream into existence, a battle cry against the darkness that loomed ever closer. And then, like a spark igniting the dry brush of a forest, the air crackled with possibility. I could feel the energy shifting, swirling around us like the winds of Olympus, a tempest of memories and desires, hopes and fears. The tension was thick, but within that heaviness lay a promise, a chance to rewrite our destinies. Hera stepped back, her eyes wide, as if she were tasting freedom for the first time. I could see the flicker of rebellion kindling within her, a fire that had long been extinguished by the weight of expectation. What if, she breathed, a whisper that shimmered like starlight in the gloom. What if we could break the chains? The clouds roiled above us, and in that moment, I felt time stretch, an eternity captured in a heartbeat. My destiny, their destinies, intertwined like the very roots of the mountains below. But then, just as suddenly, the shadows deepened, and the storm seemed to respond to our awakening, swirling with greater ferocity. Hades' smile faded into a grimace, the darkness around him thickening. "You are playing with forces you do not understand," he warned, and his voice dripped with an ancient wisdom that sent chills coursing down my spine. Lightning struck again, a blinding flash that illuminated the world for a heartbeat, revealing the raw, trembling faces of gods and mortals alike. We stood there, suspended in the moment, caught in the crossfire of ambition and fear, hope and despair. The air pulsed with unspoken words, with dreams held hostage by an age-old cycle of power and vulnerability. I took a breath, grounding myself in the chaos. "Together, we can face it," I said, my voice rising above the storm's howl. "The darkness will not swallow us whole. Not today." And then, as if the very cosmos had heard, the storm surged, a violent dance of chaos that shook the foundations of Olympus. I felt my heart gallop in my chest, the adrenaline coursing through my veins. Each moment stretched into eternity, a fragile thread holding us together in the face of impending doom, ready to ignite the spark of change that could alter the course of our fates forever. And as I stood there, caught between the realms of light and shadow, I knew this was not the end. No, it was merely the beginning of the story, the eternal struggle for balance and the fight against the overwhelming tide of destiny. The gods were restless, and so was I, burning with a fierce desire to rewrite the tales that had long defined us. What lay ahead was a reckoning, a confrontation that would shake Olympus to its very core, and I would not stand idly by. I would rise, like the storm itself. Lightning crackled overhead, a jagged slice of brilliance in the oppressive darkness, illuminating the trembling faces of the gathered multitude. Each breath hung heavy with anticipation, a palpable tension as thick as the storm clouds roiling above. This was no ordinary day. This was Mount Sinai, a colossal, ancient rock that towered against the sky, but it felt like the very heartbeat of the universe, pulsating with dread and reverence. I remember standing there, knees weak, heart pounding like a war drum. Could it be that God was really about to speak? The air vibrated with an unspeakable energy, crackling beneath our skin. Each soul present felt the weight of history pressing down, a collective fear draping over us like a shroud. Moses, my brother, was up there, a solitary figure on that jagged mountain top, arms raised toward the heavens. A man caught between the divine and the mundane, the messenger and the message. His face, a mask of determination, but beneath that, I could see the flickering flame of doubt, gnawing at him. Then came the sound, a deafening roar, like 1,000 voices screaming simultaneously, a sound that shook the very foundations of our existence. I gripped the rough fabric of my robe, knuckles white, skin crawling. Every fiber of my being told me to run, to flee this sacred ground that suddenly felt like a cursed pit. Fear wrapped around my throat, choking me, but I stood frozen. I had followed my brother through desert and doubt, and now, this was the moment that would either redeem or condemn us all. "Listen!" Moses called, his voice rising above the chaos. "Listen to what is to be revealed." But what could possibly be revealed that would suit the storm within us? There was a darkness in my heart as I thought about my son, who played innocently beneath the olive trees, oblivious to the weight of our ancestors' sins. Would he understand what it meant to carry these laws, these heavy stones of morality? Would he grow up knowing what it felt like to tremble before the divine? As the sky split open, colors swirling like spilled paint, I was suddenly confronted with a memory, sharp and visceral. I remembered a cold winter night, huddled around a fire with my family, laughter spilling into the crisp air. I remember the stories my mother told of a God who walked with man, a God who offered comfort and warmth. But now, this God seemed distant, wrapped in thunder and fire, a celestial creature unrecognizable to my heart. Moses began to descend, his face glowing, a raw light emanating from him. Was he transformed, or was he merely a reflection of our collective fears? We struggled to comprehend the weight of what he would bring, the laws that felt like chains slamming down upon our shoulders. The very air seemed to shiver with the knowledge that these laws would carve the essence of our very existence. Would we be shackled to them, or would they set us free? I looked at Miriam, my sister, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She was always the bravest of us, the one who could wrestle with the divine and come back unscathed. But now, she stood paralyzed, caught in a storm of her own, a fierce longing mixed with fear. What if we cannot follow?" she whispered, her voice barely audible over the tumult, but the despair written on her face was louder than any scream. What if indeed? The thought gnawed at me, twisting in my gut. We were not perfect. We were flawed, raw, unreal. I remembered the faces of my people, the stories of betrayal and jealousy that danced through our community like shadows. Laws would be cast like nets, ensnaring us all. I felt my heart race. Would I be a prisoner of these rules, or would they guide me to freedom? Moses reached the foot of the mountain, breathless, a wild look in his eyes, and I could see it, the burden he carried, the weight of every soul, every heartbeat, every dream. "These are the words," he gasped, "the words that will make us who we are." And in that moment, I realized he was not just our leader, he was a man, haunted and broken, clutching at the tapestry of divinity and humanity, threads unraveling in his grasp. And then the ground trembled, a low growl beneath our feet, and I was ripped from my thoughts as the first commandment echoed across the valley, a thunderous proclamation. "I am the Lord your God." My heart sank. This was not merely a statement, it was a declaration of war against everything we had known. I felt my chest tighten. What did it mean to have a God who demanded allegiance, who demanded our very lives? Could we bear the weight of devotion, of obedience? Were we ready to navigate the labyrinth of righteousness, knowing full well that every step could lead us closer to salvation or damnation? The moment stretched, time slipping through my fingers like grains of sand. Each commandment fell like stones, heavy and deliberate, carving into the essence of our being, reshaping our lives, our futures. And as the last commandment rolled out, a breathless hush fell over us, the echoes of divine law vibrating in the very marrow of our bones. I remember the silence that followed, a void that felt more suffocating than the storm above. In that stillness, the world hung in the balance, a fragile thread tied to the edge of destiny. As Moses stood there, a living embodiment of both hope and fear, I felt the tremors of change erupt within me. In that moment, I knew the struggle was far from over. The laws were only the beginning, a light piercing through the darkness, but they also came with a price, a weight that would redefine us. Would we rise triumphant, or would we succumb to the shadows lurking in our hearts? And as the first drops of rain began to fall, mingling with the sweat and tears on my face, I felt the storm within me ignite, chaos swirling as I took a step forward, grappling with my own fears, my own desires. The air crackled with potential, and I could almost taste the electric thrill of the unknown. The confrontation was just beginning, the revelation was only the first chapter of a story yet to unfold. The mountains loomed like jagged teeth against a bruised sky, each one a silent witness to the chaos unfurling below. The sun dipped behind them, an angry red, bleeding the last of its warmth into the coolness of night. An unsettling stillness hung in the air, thick enough to choke on, as if the universe itself paused to catch its breath. In the shadows of Mount Meru, something ancient stirred, a pulse felt deep within the bones of the earth, a reminder that even in stillness, death and life tangled in an eternal dance. I remember the moment I saw her, Arya, standing at the edge of the precipice, her hair whipping around her face like a tempest. Her voice was a whisper, trembling yet fierce, "We must go." But the weight of her gaze held me back, anchoring me to memories that clawed at my heart. The way her eyes mirrored the turmoil within me, the fear, the longing, the unresolved scars of our past. She stood on the brink, both a beacon and a warning, her soul tethered to this sacred mountain, the axis of the universe, a point where all paths converge and collide. And then there was Kieran, my brother, the ever-faithful guardian of dreams, though his dreams felt more like chains lately. "You know what's at stake," he urged, his voice low, strained with the weight of responsibility he bore like a second skin. Yet I could see the doubt etched into the lines of his brow, the flicker of fear in his eyes that betrayed his bravado. How could he stand there, claiming to protect something so vast while battling his own demons? I could taste it in the air, fear mingled with desperation, a cocktail of raw emotion that twisted my insides. Time twisted like a snake around us, coiling tighter with every heartbeat. I remembered stories, the ones whispered around flickering fires, of gods and titans battling for control of Meru. Each tale was a thread woven into the tapestry of the cosmos, a reminder that power lies not in domination but in balance. Yet here we were, three flawed souls clinging to a precipice of fate, each one a mirror reflecting the chaos of our hearts. The wind howled through the cracks of ancient stone, and I felt the ice creeping up my spine like fingers of dread. What if it's too late? I choked out, the question hanging in the air, heavy and unyielding, as if the mountain itself could answer. Arya turned to me, her eyes glinting with unspent tears. "We're not the first to be tested by the gods," she whispered, and in that moment, her conviction felt like a lifeline, even as the abyss loomed behind her. We can't let fear dictate our actions. Not now, not ever. But Kieran's breath hitched. "You don't understand. The legends, they said if you fail to honor Meru, the consequences will be unimaginable." His voice wavered, a fragile thread ready to snap. "It's not just our lives at stake. It's the very fabric of existence." Each word curled around my heart, squeezing tighter, a reminder of the stakes we faced. I could see Meru rising above us, a solemn sentinel wrapped in clouds, its peaks piercing the heavens. It was beautiful and terrifying, an embodiment of the cosmic strife. I felt small, insignificant, yet a flicker of rebellion ignited within me. Did I dare to believe that we could rewrite the narrative, that we could alter the course of fate? Or were we mere pawns in a game played by forces beyond our comprehension? As darkness bled into the sky, the shadows deepened, and I saw figures moving in the distance, spectral silhouettes against the mountain's face. Each one a haunting echo of the past, voices that whispered of treachery, of sacrifices made and lives lost. I stumbled backward, heart pounding, memories crashing over me like waves against the shore. "I remember the stories," I gasped, "the sacrifices made to appease the gods." I felt the ground shift beneath our feet, as if Meru itself trembled at the weight of our decisions. What if we don't make it? The question slipped through my lips, a quiet confession, an acknowledgement of the darkness lurking just beyond the edges of hope. "Then we fight," Arya said fiercely, raising her voice above the wind, a shield against the encroaching despair. "We fight for what we believe in, for the dreams we hold dear, even if the universe conspires against us." Her conviction washed over me like a balm, igniting my spirit, infusing my blood with a pulse of determination. Kieran's gaze softened for a moment, caught between fear and the flickering light of hope. "But what if our fight only brings destruction?" His voice cracked, the weight of family loyalty binding him, yet the fear of loss almost paralyzing. I reached for him, a desperate plea for understanding, for unity amidst the chaos. The howling wind felt like the breath of ancient beings, mocking our struggles, whispering secrets lost to time. I shivered, the chill of uncertainty creeping into my bones. "Maybe it's time to embrace the unknown," I said, my voice trembling but steadying as I spoke. "Maybe our destiny is to redefine what it means to honor Meru, to let go of the past and step into the chaos." Silence enveloped us, a thick blanket that muted our fears, stifled our breaths. I felt the weight of history bearing down, the echoes of past struggles reverberating through the air. This sacred ground had borne witness to millennia of conflict, of love and loss, and now it awaited our next move, poised on the edge of a knife. As the moon rose high, casting an ethereal glow over Mount Meru, I felt the convergence of time, the intertwining of dreams and despair. Each heartbeat echoed the rhythm of the universe, a reminder that we were not alone. The mountain held the stories of countless souls, and now it was our turn to carve our tale into the granite of existence. Together, I breathed, the word a promise, a lifeline that bound us closer. Whatever comes, we face it together. The wind howled in agreement, or was it a warning? An ominous chorus that sent a shiver down my spine, but I stood taller, grounding myself in the knowledge that each heartbeat, each breath, connected us to the vast tapestry of life. And as we moved forward, the shadows of Mount Meru loomed behind us, a reminder of the battles fought, the sacrifices made, and the resilience that coursed through our veins. This was more than a confrontation with the sacred, it was a confrontation with ourselves. We were all flawed, all searching for meaning in a world spun from chaos, and beneath the weight of the cosmos, we would learn what it truly meant to live, and perhaps, to love, against the odds. The sky churns with a restless grey, dark clouds twisting like the shadows of lost souls. An unsettling silence falls over the village, an ominous prelude to the storm brewing in the distance. Junko stands at the edge of the rice fields, heart hammering against her chest, fingers trembling as she clutches a weathered photograph. The image, faded, torn, captures a moment frozen in time, her father, standing proud before the majesty of Mount Fuji, his eyes alight with a reverence almost sacred. The mountain, a sentinel of dreams and despair, looms over their lives, a constant reminder of both the beauty and the burden of existence. I remember the stories he told me, she whispers, words barely escaping her lips, swallowed by the wind. About how Fuji was a goddess, how she breathed life into the land. But all she feels now is the weight of loss pressing down on her, a darkness that threatens to consume her whole. Across the village, Hiroshi stands at the threshold of his crumbling home, watching the sky bleed into shades of fury. He clutches a small wooden talisman carved in the shape of the sacred mountain, a gift from his mother, a last flicker of hope before she vanished into the depths of grief. I remember the prayers, he murmurs, his voice a ghost of its former self. Burdened by a legacy of expectations, of stars that seem forever out of reach, he wonders if the mountain sees him, if it feels the weight of his despair. The talisman feels cold in his hand, a reminder of faith that now feels like a cruel joke. As the first drops of rain begin to splatter against the earth, a ripple of electricity courses through Junko's veins. The storm is not merely a tempest. It is the embodiment of her turmoil. She had come to Fuji seeking solace, but what she found was an echo of her father's absence, a cacophony of memory swirling in the unforgiving winds. Why did you leave me? She screams, voice cracking, lost among the rising winds. The mountain stands quiet, indifferent, as if cloaked in its own sorrow. Hiroshi's eyes widen at the sound, a haunting cry that slices through the growing tempest. He rushes toward the source, drawn by an unseen force, his heart skipping as he recognizes her silhouette against the backdrop of the storm. Junko, he calls, desperation lacing his voice, don't face it alone. But the wind howls back, drowning his words, a cruel reminder of the isolation they both share. Together, they stand, two souls tethered by grief, the sacred mountain looming above them like a silent observer. Do you ever wonder if Fuji hears us? Junko asks, her voice a fragile thread. If she knows our pain. The rain lashes against her skin, cold and biting. Hiroshi nods, the weight of her question settling into the marrow of his bones. I've thought about it, he replies, eyes glistening like the first stars peeking through the darkened sky. But sometimes I think she weeps for us. Each heartbeat echoes against the thrum of the storm. They turn their gaze toward the mystical peak, where legends whisper of spirits and ancestors. But today, Fuji is shrouded in layers of clouds, a veil hiding its divine face. Junko feels tears mingling with the rain, a release that feels both liberating and damning. If I climb her, she says, voice trembling with fierce determination, maybe I can find him again. Maybe I can set him free. Hiroshi's heart races. You can't. It's too dangerous. But she shakes her head, eyes ablaze with purpose. I have to. I have to confront the shadows that haunt me. The moment stretches, thick with tension, as the storm rages around them, a wild symphony of nature's fury. I can't lose you too, he breathes, fear lacing his words. The thought of losing her, of Fuji taking another precious soul, grips him like a vice. What if you don't come back? Each word hangs heavy in the charged air, trembling with the weight of unspoken fears. I have to believe I can, she whispers, stepping away, each footfall measured against the pounding of her heart. I have to believe the mountain will guide me. And as she takes that first step, the world shifts. The mountain looms larger than life, an eternal challenge that shakes the very ground beneath them. Shadows skitter among the trees, whispers of the past clawing at her resolve. Junko feels her father's presence, a fleeting warmth as she ascends, the path steep and treacherous. Each step is a battle, each breath an echo of sacrifice. The rain pours, a baptism of sorts, washing away her fears, her grief, and leaving only determination behind. Hiroshi stands still, rooted to the spot, as if the mountain itself has wrapped its arms around him, holding him back. Junko, he shouts, desperation clawing at his throat, but she's already lost in the tempest, swallowed by the mountain's embrace. He feels the pulse of the earth beneath him, the ancient rhythms that have woven through generations, and a flicker of understanding ignites within him. Fuji is not just a mountain, she is a mother, a keeper of secrets, a witness to the struggles of the heart. With a sudden clarity, he begins to climb, following the path she has taken, driven by fear, yes, but also by the desperate need to connect, to confront the specters of his own pain. I remember, he breathes, the phrase a mantra that swells in his chest, fueled by memories of laughter and loss, of dreams left unfulfilled. The storm rages, but within that chaos, a sliver of hope glimmers. They are bound by struggle, their paths intertwined like the roots of ancient trees seeking nourishment from the same sacred ground. Fuji stands watch, a silent guardian, bearing witness to their hearts laid bare against the elements, a canvas where pain and healing converge. As they ascend, the air thick with electric tension, the boundaries of their fears begin to dissolve, merging into something larger than themselves. The sacredness of Fuji, shrouded in mist, calls to them, beckoning them forward into the unknown, an eternal promise whispered through the ages. The mountain holds their stories, each heartache woven into its timeless fabric, a testament to the endurance of the human spirit. And as Junko strides through the tempest, and Hiroshi follows, their souls intertwined in a dance of grief and hope, the mountain, with all its power and mystery, looms above them, a silent witness to their journey, a breath away from the divine. The wind howled through the jagged peaks of the Andes, a mournful wail that echoed across the valleys, clawing at the souls of those who dared to tread upon its sacred ground. In that moment, I stood frozen, heart pounding, as if the mountains themselves were breathing around me. The air was thick with tension, an invisible thread connecting me to the whispers of the ancients. I could almost feel the weight of their eyes upon me, lost souls, guardians of secrets buried deep within the stone and sky. Julian crouched beside me, his face a mask of desperation and determination. Dark curls clung to his forehead, slick with sweat and fear. "We have to go back," he urged, voice breaking like the fragile branches of a dying tree. But the truth was, every part of me felt drawn to this cursed place, obsessed, even, as if the mountains were beckoning me, promising revelations cloaked in shadows. I remember the night before, the rain falling in thick sheets, drowning the world outside. The flickering candlelight had cast monstrous shapes against the walls, distorting our faces into grotesque parodies of joy and sorrow. My father's stories about the mountains had weaved through our conversations, their allure impossible to resist. Each tale wrapped around my heart, squeezing tighter with every word. The Andes were not merely mountains, they were deities, silent yet screaming, holding the memories of the Inca people, their triumphs, their losses, their very essence. But now? Now the air crackled with something darker. The weight of my own curiosity felt like a stone in my gut, threatening to drag me down into the abyss. What if they're right? I whispered, the words slipping from my lips before I could catch them. What if we disturb the spirits? The guardians, what if they want us to leave? Julian's eyes blazed with defiance, contrasting sharply with the dread that clung to my skin like a second layer. They can't frighten us. Not anymore. But I could see the cracks in his bravado, the trembling of his hands as he clutched a small talisman around his neck, a charm given to him by his grandmother, said to ward off evil. It hung there like a fragile promise, threatening to shatter under the weight of our fears. We pressed on, every step a battle against the pull of uncertainty. The sun dipped beneath the peaks, shadows stretching like fingers reaching for the stars. The mountains loomed overhead, their jagged edges piercing the twilight, a reminder of the countless lives once lived in their embrace. I couldn't shake the feeling that they were watching us, judging us. The air shimmered with something electric, leaving a taste like copper on my tongue. And then, we saw her, a figure standing at the precipice, silhouetted against the dying light. A woman, draped in a cloak woven from the night itself, her hair cascading like a dark waterfall. In that moment, time warped, I felt both drawn to her and repulsed. She turned, eyes like molten gold, piercing through the layers of fear that wrapped around my heart. "You seek answers." Her voice was a haunting melody, rising and falling like the wind. Julian stepped forward, emboldened by a mixture of desperation and the unyielding hope that clung to him like a shield. "We're here to understand, to learn what the mountains have to say." His words hung in the air, suspended, a fragile truth teetering on the edge of comprehension. The woman smiled, a chilling blend of warmth and menace. "You think the mountains will share their secrets so easily? They are not mere stone, they are the remnants of a people who lived and died under their watchful gaze." There was a hint of warning in her eyes, a reminder of the spirits that roamed these heights, restless and unforgiving. I felt a shiver crawl down my spine as memories flooded back, the stories of sacrifice, of offerings made to appease the gods. The Inca believed that every peak, every valley, held a piece of their souls. With each breath, I could almost hear their whispers, feel their pain intertwining with my own. "What must we do?" I found myself asking, the burden of my curiosity pressing down, suffocating. "Face your fears," she replied, voice an elegy to lost hopes. "Only then will the mountains reveal what you seek." And with those words, she vanished into the shadows, leaving us both breathless and trembling as the darkness enveloped us. I turned to Julian, the weight of his gaze heavy. "What if we aren't worthy?" I asked, heart racing. "What if we're just intruders, trespassers on sacred ground?" The thought clawed at me, twisting my insides in a knot of dread. "Then we'll pay the price," he said, voice resolute, laced with an intensity that sent a thrill through me. I refuse to live in fear of the unknown. The mountains are our heritage, we must confront what haunts us. His defiance was intoxicating, a flame in the darkness, igniting something deep within me. And so we climbed, the night air thick with anticipation, fraught with the echoes of those who had walked this path long before us. Each step was a heartbeat, each breath a plea to the gods above. The shadows danced around us, whispers entwined with the wind, beckoning us deeper into the heart of the Andean mystique. In that moment, standing on the edge of the world, the mountains felt alive, their secrets thrumming in the silence. The air crackled with energy, time slipping through our fingers like sand, as we stood poised on the brink of revelation, fear and wonder mingling within, binding us tighter than blood. And I knew, without a doubt, that the sacred peaks would share their truth, but at a cost. Would we be ready to pay it? Did we dare confront the ghosts of our past? I looked at Julian, saw the fire in his eyes, and felt my own spirit ignite. Together, we would face whatever awaited us among the ancient stones, the echoes of a civilization that had once thrived, whose legacy danced just beyond our reach. The mountains were calling, and we were ready to listen. The wind howls like a banshee through the jagged peaks, and I stand on the precipice of something vast and unknowable, my heart racing like a wild stallion. I can feel the pulse of Mount Kailash, the sacred mountain, its presence alive, almost sentient. The night sky, a canvas of endless stars, hangs heavy above, a cosmic reminder of insignificance, yet here, on this desolate cliff, I am acutely aware of every breath, every heartbeat. The air thickens with tension, the kind that coils in your stomach and rattles your bones. Tenzin stumbles beside me, his eyes wide, reflecting the flickering flames of our fire. Fear and hope collide in his gaze, drawing me in like a moth to a flame. He clutches a prayer flag, frayed and sun-bleached, like a lifeline against the encroaching darkness. "I remember the stories," he whispers, his voice nearly lost to the wind. "The ones my grandmother told me about this place. About the gods and demons that walk these trails." His words hang in the air, almost palpable, stirring something deep within me. I remember the tales of the Bodhisattvas, the guardians of compassion, who stand sentinel over the sacred. I remember the whispers of the monks, sharing their dreams of enlightenment beneath the shadow of Kailash, a mountain that is more than stone. It is the axis of the universe, a bridge between the earthly and divine. But here, beneath the watchful gaze of that unforgiving peak, I can't shake the feeling that we are trespassers, lost souls wandering into the heart of the cosmos. The night trembles with secrets, and I grasp Tenzin's arm, grounding us both against the encroaching fear. We must keep moving, I say, though I can barely convince myself. Beside us, Lamo stands silent, her gaze fixed on the ridge where the shadows grow deeper, darker, as if something waits just beyond the edge of sight. Her presence is magnetic, conflicted, powerful. She is a storm contained within a fragile shell, a fierce spirit grappling with doubt. The mountain calls to her. I can see it in the way she inhales the cold, dry air, as if it fills her with both dread and purpose. I came to find my truth, she says, her voice steady despite the chaos around us. But what if the truth is too much to bear? There's a heavy weight in her words, a fear that threatens to unravel the very fabric of her being. The wind shifts, carrying the scent of something ancient, something that cannot, will not, be ignored. As we ascend, each step feels like a battle against the universe itself. I trip, the ground slips beneath me, and for a fleeting moment, I am consumed by the abyss. I remember the stories, the pilgrims who fell, their cries swallowed by the mountain. But then Tenzin's hand is there, firm and reassuring, pulling me back from the brink. Look, he urges, pointing toward the peak, where the first light of dawn begins to break. It's a kaleidoscope of colors, a promise painted across the horizon, but it feels haunted, too, a paradox of beauty and despair. It's said that if you reach the summit, you can feel the pulse of the universe in your veins. You become part of everything. I want to believe him, want to chase that vision of transcendence, but Lamo's face contorts with something akin to terror. And what if we don't come back? The words hang in the air, a chilling truth. What if the mountain claims us? I can't help but wonder if it has a hunger we cannot comprehend, a ravenous desire for souls lost in the search for meaning. The atmosphere thickens with anticipation, every heartbeat echoing the tension that spirals around us. I remember the countless souls who have walked these paths before, their dreams and fears woven into the very fabric of the mountain. It is sacred, yes, but it is also a graveyard of aspirations, a monument to the relentless pursuit of enlightenment that has cost so many their lives. We press on, the path narrowing, the air growing thinner. I feel the weight of the world on my shoulders, the hopes and fears of my companions pressing against me like a physical force. The mountain looms larger, more imposing, and with every step, I can feel the earth pulse beneath my feet, urging me to turn back, to flee from this relentless climb. But we are drawn forward, pulled by an invisible thread, a sense of destiny that binds us to this place. And then I see it, the sacred lake, shimmering like a blue jewel at the base of Kailash, a mirror reflecting the tumultuous sky. It calls to me, no, it screams, an unbearable longing that resonates in my bones. We must go to the lake, Tenzin urges, urgency lacing his words. The water is said to hold the power of purification. But his voice is barely a whisper against the cacophony of my thoughts. What if we are simply feeding the monster? What if the truth we seek is a facade, and we are only shadows under the mountain's cruel gaze? The tension builds like a storm, and as we approach the water's edge, I hear it, a low hum, vibrating beneath the surface. I look at Lamo, her expression caught between awe and fear. Can you hear that? I ask, my voice trembling. What is it saying? She shudders, closing her eyes as if she can block out the truth. It calls to the lost, she whispers. To those who seek answers. But what answers can a mountain give? What solace can be found in its cold, unyielding embrace? I feel the weight of our desires crashing against the rocks of reality, a shattering wave of despair. And just as the dawn breaks, illuminating the world in golden light, we stand at the precipice of our own truths. The significance of Mount Kailash isn't just in its grandeur, but in the haunting reminder that within our quest for meaning, we confront the darkest corners of our souls. In that moment, as the universe holds its breath, we realize we are not just climbing a mountain, we are confronting our very existence. The sacred, the profane, it all blends within the shadows of Kailash, leaving us to wonder if we are the seekers or the sought. If we are destined to find truth, or if we are merely feeding the mountain's insatiable hunger for souls. And just like that, the wind shifts again, whispering secrets into the dawn, leaving us on the edge of revelation. It is in this space, this fragile moment, that the real journey begins. The journey of the heart, where every step forward is shadowed by the echoes of eternity. The significance of Mount Kailash, alive and breathing, entwined with our very essence, beckons us deeper into its mysteries. The sky churns above Uluru, a restless ocean of grey, as if the heavens themselves are caught in a furious debate. Raindrops fall in heavy sheets, slapping against the earth with the sound of furious whispers. I stand there, soaked to the bone, heart racing, each beat a tattoo against the hollow drum of my chest. It's not just rain, it's the very breath of the land, awakening memories buried deep in the red sands, stirring the ghosts of ancestral spirits pacing restlessly. Get back! Maya screams, her eyes wide, mirroring the storm. A shiver runs down my spine, the way she calls out feels like a warning, a spell cast to ward off something unseen lurking just beyond the shadows. Her fingers grasp my arm, knuckles white, nails digging in as if trying to tether me to this moment, to this place. She doesn't just want to save me, she wants to save herself. Her fear radiates from her, raw and palpable, settling around us like a thick fog. Behind us, David lingers, his frame silhouetted against the brooding sky, a reluctant participant in this unfolding nightmare. His brows knit together, torn between the storm's rage and his own internal tempest. We should leave, Maya. This is madness. His voice trembles, not from the cold or the rain, but from the weight of unsaid words that haunt him, words that echo louder than the thunder above. But Uluru calls out to us, an ancient voice singing through the storm, pulling us deeper into its embrace. I remember stories, snippets of my childhood, bizarre tales of the dreamtime, of ancestral beings weaving the world into existence. I remember the elders' laughter, their eyes shimmering with secrets. Don't climb, they'd say, and yet here we are, standing on the threshold of the sacred, teetering on the brink of something so much larger than ourselves. Maya, with her wild heart, never wanted to heed those warnings. She's drawn to the rock like a moth to a flame, each pulse of her spirit resonating with the very essence of Uluru. Do you feel it? She asks, breathless, and I can't help but nod. Whatever force lies within this monolith, this giant sentinel of the desert, sends shivers coursing through my veins. It's electric, crackling with the weight of time and history. But it also frightens me, a reminder of something I can't quite grasp. David fidgets, his mind a tangled web of doubt and yearning. He's the pragmatist, the anchor in our storm. I watch as he glances at Maya, his heart a battlefield. You want to climb? Fine. But it's not just a rock, it's sacred ground. His voice shifts from anger to pleading, each word a desperate attempt to tether her spirit, to bring her back from the edge of obsession. The storm swells, filling the air with charged tension, a warning, a promise, a reckoning. I have to, she whispers, eyes shimmering with unshed tears, I have to understand. There's a hunger in her gaze that unnerves me, a longing that tears at the seams of her soul. She doesn't just want to experience Uluru, she wants to possess it, to unlock its mysteries. And in that moment, I realize we are all seeking something, each of us bound by our own burdens, our own ghosts. The clouds rumble overhead, a celestial orchestra harmonizing with the chaos of our hearts. I can taste the fear on the air, mingling with the scent of wet earth. It's intoxicating, this concoction of dread and desire, as if the land itself is holding its breath, waiting for our next move. The storm intensifies, hammering down, each drop a reminder of the consequences that linger in the balance. Are you really ready for this? I ask, turning to Maya, and for a split second, the world feels suspended, like the calm before the storm. Her gaze meets mine, fierce and unyielding. She is the storm and the stillness all at once, a contradiction of spirit. I need to know who I am, she breathes, a tremor of defiance lacing her words. I want to pull her back, to shield her from whatever lies ahead, but the truth is, I'm just as lost. Just as desperate for meaning. The moment stretches, a fragile thread pulled taut, threatening to snap. Then, with a sudden roar, the sky opens up, unleashing its fury. David, shouting over the cacophony, urges us to turn back, but Maya steps forward, defiance etched into her very being. This is where it all began. Can't you feel it? She looks back at me, eyes ablaze with conviction. I want to scream, to tell her that the ground beneath us is trembling with something far more perilous than we can bear, but words fail me. And then, the clouds part, revealing a sliver of light cascading down onto Uluru, illuminating its formidable form. A moment of beauty, breathtaking and terrorizing, as if the rock itself is alive, watching us, eyes wide and knowing. It's almost mocking, a cosmic wink at our smallness. The storm quiets, a breath held in the universe, and in that stillness, the weight of our choices hangs heavy. Let's go, David says, but his voice falters, inspired by the haunting beauty that envelops us. It's not just Maya he's afraid of losing, it's something within himself, a part of him that aches to understand, to connect. I feel it too, the pulse of the land, the echo of ancestors calling from the depths of time. The storm may have diminished, but the tension crackles in the air, each of us suspended between the known and the unknown. And in that moment, as Maya steps closer to the rocky edge, I know we are bound, and whatever we choose next will ripple through our lives like the winds that dance across the desert. The weight of Uluru presses against our hearts, a mythic significance etched into the very fabric of our beings, binding us to the land, to the spirits lingering just out of reach, waiting to reveal their truths. The story doesn't end, it spirals out, an infinite loop of connections, choices, and the haunting call of something sacred, unyielding, and profound. The wind howled through the canyons, a mournful wail that wrapped around the ancient stones like a shroud. I stood there, the salt of tears mingling with the dust of years past on my skin, heart pounding in my chest. The 7 sacred ranges loomed before me, jagged silhouettes against a bruised twilight sky, a haunting reminder of the battles fought and the lives lost beneath their watchful gaze. Each range whispered secrets to the shadows, tales of grief and hope woven into the fabric of the earth. I could feel it, a tremor in the air, a pulse that echoed the heartbeat of my ancestors, the weight of their pain pressing down like the deepening dusk. Don't go, Taya's voice broke through the silence, fragile and trembling, each syllable heavy with desperation. Her dark eyes, pools of fear and resolve, locked onto mine as if she could see into the depths of my soul. She was a warrior in her own right, fierce yet tethered by the ghosts of her past. I remembered when we were children, running through these hills, laughter ringing like bells in the open air. But now, with the shadow of loss looming large, her brother gone, his spirit claimed by the unforgiving mountains, her laughter echoed hollowly. Someone must confront them, I replied, my voice barely a whisper, raw and frayed. The 7 sacred ranges were not just mountains, they were the keepers of our history, the guardians of our stories. They had swallowed too many souls, and the Zuni people felt the weight of their hunger. A long shadow stretched across Taya's face, a reminder of the loss we both carried. It gnawed at me, a wound that refused to heal, and the thought of facing those mountains alone was paralyzing. Rummy, she said, her breath hitching, what if they call to you? What if they take you too? The fear in her voice sent chills down my spine. I wanted to reach out, to tell her that the mountains had already taken pieces of me in memories, hopes, dreams, leaving behind a gaping chasm where joy once resided. But instead, I stood frozen, caught between duty and dread. The air crackled with tension, a storm brewing not just above us but within. I could feel the ancient stones vibrating with the energy of generations past, as if they too were holding their breath, waiting for something, anything, to shatter the silence. I thought of the stories, how the mountains were birthed from the tears of our ancestors, how they cradled our sorrows and bore witness to our triumphs. Yet, in their majesty, lay a darkness that twisted the heart, a reminder of the fragility of life itself. And then, the sound. A low rumble, like thunder rolling in the distance, but it was not the storm that frightened me. It was the call of the mountains, the haunting melody that echoed through the canyons, a siren song that reached out with ghostly fingers. It curled around my heart, squeezing tight, demanding I listen, demanding I succumb. Taya's grip tightened on my arm, pulling me back from the precipice of that call, but I felt the pull, the lure, a terrible seduction. We cannot turn our backs, I murmured, my resolve growing, a flicker of defiance igniting within. If we don't confront the pain, it will consume us. It has already taken too much. Taya's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, and I saw in her the reflection of my own fear, an unspoken understanding that this moment was the crucible, the tipping point that would shape our lives forever. With a deep breath, I stepped toward the mountains, each footfall reverberating in the silence, a drumbeat of defiance against the encroaching darkness. I felt Taya hesitate, a fragile thread of connection binding us as she clung to the past, the ghosts of her brother shadowing her. "Rummy," she warned, her voice trembling, "please don't. Don't leave me." "I'll return," I vowed, the words slipping from my lips, a promise that felt both fragile and eternal. I turned to face her, the weight of the world pressing down on my shoulders. I have to know why. I have to understand what they want from us. The mountains loomed larger, their presence overwhelming, and I was engulfed in a swell of emotions, fear, anger, and an unquenchable thirst for answers. As I approached the first range, a jolt of cold air swept through me, and the ground trembled beneath my feet. A voice whispered through the wind, a haunting melody that seeped into my bones, beckoning me closer. I could see the outlines of figures coalescing in the twilight, spectral forms rising from the earth, their faces twisted in sorrow. A shiver chased down my spine. These were not mere shadows but the souls of the lost, the echoes of our ancestors who had succumbed to the mountain's call. I stumbled back, heart racing, breath hitching in my throat. "What do you want?" I shouted into the void, the words tearing from my chest like a lifeline thrown into an abyss. The mountains responded with a deafening silence, the air thickening with the weight of their history, the grief that lay buried within their stones. And then, with a violent rush, a storm broke across the horizon, clouds swirling like ink in water, darkening the sky. The mountains roared in response, their voices a cacophony of anguish and fury, and I felt the earth shift beneath me. Panic surged through Taya, her eyes wide with terror as she stepped back, her resolve cracking. "We need to leave," she cried, but something deep within me, something primal and unyielding, urged me forward. "I can't," I gasped, the air thick with the weight of prophecy, of destiny. I was born to face this. The mountains were calling, the shadows were shifting, and in that moment, I knew, this was not just a confrontation, it was a reckoning. The echoes of the past reverberated through me, a surge of ancient pain and undeniable truth, and I was ready to embrace it, to confront the darkness. Taya reached for me, desperation clawing at her throat. "Rummy, please!" The storm raged, fury unleashed, but I was already slipping into the embrace of the mountains, the wind swirling around me like whispers of the past. The call of the 7 sacred ranges beckoned, and as I crossed the threshold, I knew I was stepping into the abyss, a place where pain and hope intertwined, where the cries of the lost would collide with the living. And in that moment, as the shadows surged forward and the mountains roared, we stood at the precipice of fate, teetering on the edge of everything we were meant to become. The air crackles with a tension that bites at your skin, the kind that sends shivers racing down your spine. The sun hangs low, a ghostly orb simmering on the horizon, casting long shadows that twist like haunted memories across the rugged terrain of Mount Tabor. 1 heartbeat, 2, 3, and a figure stumbles into the clearing, breathless, eyes wild. It's Miriam, the village healer, her hands trembling, knuckles white as she clutches a withered scroll that smells of ancient parchment and desperation. "They're coming," she gasps, each word an arrow shot straight into the encroaching dusk. "They want him. They want to take him." In that moment, the world narrows to the sound of her heartbeat, a drum echoing in the stillness. And then, somewhere in the distance, a bell tolls, a mournful sound, as if the mountain itself weeps for what is to come. In that very instant, I am both a witness and a participant, frozen yet trembling, my own pulse matching the frantic rhythm of the moment. The air thickens with unspoken fears, the kind that gnaw at your gut like a ravenous beast lurking just out of sight. Miriam is more than just a healer. She carries the weight of our village's hopes, dreams, and broken promises. I see the shadows etched on her face, the lines that speak of grief and sacrifice, and I remember how she once cradled a dying child in her arms, whispering prayers like fragile threads that barely held the fabric of life together. I can almost taste her sorrow now, sharp and metallic on my tongue. It seeps into everything, into the soil that bears witness to our struggles, into the air thick with unshed tears. But it's not just Miriam. There's also David, the farmer whose hands are calloused from toil, yet soft with the tenderness of a father. I see him now, lurking at the edge of the clearing, eyes darkened by a storm of conflicting emotions. He's torn between loyalty to the village and an overwhelming dread that grips his heart, squeezing until it aches with every breath. "What are we supposed to do?" he mutters, voice barely above a whisper, the words laced with despair. "We can't fight the shadows that come from the mountain." The shadows! They are more than mere darkness, they are the embodiment of our fears, of the unknown that twists our stomachs into knots. I want to reach out to David, to tell him that we must stand together, that the strength of our unity can pierce through even the thickest gloom. But silence wraps around us like a shroud, stifling any flicker of hope that tries to ignite within the suffocating atmosphere. And then I remember the stories, the sacred tales passed down through generations, where Mount Tabor was more than just a peak. It was a threshold, a place where heaven kissed the earth, where miracles unfolded beneath the watchful gaze of the divine. "This is where he revealed his glory," I whisper, the words spilling from my lips like a prayer. "This is where we can find the strength." But Miriam shakes her head, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. "And where the darkness feasts," she counters, her voice raw, each syllable a dagger of truth that cuts deeper than any blade. She's right, we are at the precipice of something unthinkable. The mountain that had once cradled our dreams now looms above us like a vengeful giant, ready to consume us whole. In the heavy silence that follows, the wind howls, a mournful cry that seems to echo the turmoil within us. I close my eyes, and for a fleeting moment, I am transported back to the nights beneath the sprawling canvas of stars, where dreams danced in the moonlight like fireflies, and laughter echoed through the valleys. Yet here, now, the cosmos feels distant, a cruel reminder of the joy we once had, now eclipsed by the threat of annihilation. "Do you remember the stories?" I ask, desperation clawing at my throat. "The tales of bravery." I can hear the weight of my own words, heavy with the longing for hope, for something, anything, that can pierce through this veil of despair. I glance at David, his brow furrowed, lost in thought, wrestling demons that refuse to be quelled. Miriam steps closer, her voice steady yet filled with a resolute defiance. "We must confront them," she says, a flame igniting in her eyes, fierce and unwavering. "If we don't stand against this darkness, we will lose everything." And in that moment, a spark ignites within me, burning away the shadows of fear. The fire of resistance flares, illuminating the crevices of our hearts. But will it be enough? The question lingers like a specter, haunting us, gnawing at our resolve. My mind races, images of the past flood back. The laughter that used to ring through the air, the warmth of shared meals, the beauty of life before it trembled on the brink. What if, I start, but the words dissolve into the heavy air? The what ifs suffocate us, weave a tapestry of uncertainty that wraps tightly around our chests. It is then that I see them, figures emerging from the shadows, cloaked in darkness, their intentions hidden behind veils of malice. The air grows colder, the tension palpable, and an icy grip wraps around my heart as the moment stretches, an eternity folded into seconds. They are coming, and with them, the weight of our fears, our losses, our failures. Together, I whisper fiercely, gripping Miriam's hand, feeling the warmth of her resolve seep into me. We face them together. The words hang in the air, a fragile vow, a promise against the encroaching night. And as the first figure steps into the flickering light, I realize that Mount Tabor is not just a mountain, it is a crucible, a sanctuary of trials and tribulations where our very souls will be laid bare. The moment holds us captive, and with a final breath, we step forward, hearts pounding, into the tempest that awaits. The wind howled like a banshee, its icy fingers clawing at the fabric of my jacket as I stood at the edge of the precipice. Below, a chasm stretched endlessly, a dark maw waiting to swallow the unwary. The air was thick with the scent of earth and the whisper of ancient gods. I could hear them, the legends of the Himalayas, echoing in my mind, echoes of grief, loss, and passion. But I didn't come here to listen, I came here to confront. I remember the moment I realized I was not alone. A shadow flickered behind me, a fleeting glimpse of a figure clad in tattered robes, like smoke in a candle's flicker. It was Tara, my sister, her face a mask of determination, but her eyes, those glassy pools of despair, told another story. She had chased the myths for years, a relentless seeker of truth, but the truth had left her stranded, and now her very soul seemed to tremble with the weight of it all. "Tara," I shouted, my voice swallowed by the wind, "we can't do this. Not here. Not now." She spun around, her hair whipping wildly as if the mountains themselves were angry with us. "You think I'm afraid," she spat, but her voice wavered, the lie hanging in the air between us like an uninvited guest. "Do you think I'm afraid of the gods?" I could see it then, the crack in her facade, the way her mouth twisted as if she were chewing on bitter memories. We were bound by blood, yet torn by the ghosts of our past. I remembered the summer we lost everything, the sun shining bright while the shadows of despair crept in like a thief. The mountains loomed, jagged teeth against the sky, guardians of secrets we were not meant to uncover. They whispered to me, "Turn back. Turn back." But there was no turning back for Tara. She had tasted the nectar of obsession, and now it coursed through her veins, intoxicating and deadly. "Do you remember the stories, Nick Hill?" she said, her eyes glistening with a fervor that both frightened and fascinated me. "The ones about the lost souls who wander these peaks? They don't want to be found, they want to be remembered. We're honoring them." Those words hung in the air, heavy and charged. Memories spiraled like snowflakes, fragile yet sharp. I felt the weight of our past pressing down on me, the laughter, the tears, the day our father left, how the mountains had swallowed his spirit whole. "Tara, this isn't honoring anyone. This is madness." Each word cut through me like the frozen air, stinging and raw. "Madness," she echoed, her voice rising, igniting the very air around us. "What do you know of madness? This is my truth, my life. I won't let it slip away like water through my fingers." I took a step closer, my heart pounding, each beat an echo of our childhood, a hymn of love and loss. "But what if the truth betrays you? What if you find nothing but more darkness?" I could feel the shadow of our father lurking behind her, a specter of regret that threatened to swallow her whole. Her laughter rang out, wild and empty. "Darkness? Is that what you fear?" "I have danced with darkness, Nick Hill. I have embraced it. And in that embrace, I found the light." But the light she sought was a flickering flame, barely alive, and I could feel it threatening to extinguish. Just ahead, where the mountain peak pierced the sky, lay the entrance to an ancient cave, rumored to hold the essence of the gods, the very heart of the Himalayas. Tara stepped forward, drawn by a magnetic pull, her breath quickening, the air crackling around her. "You can stay here, afraid of shadows and whispers, or you can come with me. You can join me in this dance with the divine." And there it was, the ultimatum, the choice, the heart of the matter laid bare. I could feel the weight of her desperation, the raw need for connection, for understanding. But could I follow her into the abyss, into the realm where myths blurred with reality? I hesitated, the sharp edge of doubt slicing through my resolve. "What if we're not meant to know, Tara? What if the gods don't want us here?" Her eyes narrowed, a tempest of emotion swirling within them. "Then we shall know what it is to be forgotten, to be nothing. Is that what you want?" The wind howled louder, almost as if it were answering her, and in that moment, the line between sanity and madness blurred. Memories of our childhood collided with the present, the warmth of a summer day, the sweetness of laughter, the echo of dreams whispered under starlit skies. But those dreams were now fractured, riddled with the pain of our losses. I reached out, trembling, my fingers brushing against her hand. "Tara, please. Come back. Let's face this together. We can find another way." But she pulled away, the distance between us stretching like the chasm below. "You don't understand, Nick Hill. This is my path. I must go forward. You can't hold me back." The crack in her voice shattered my heart. I had never wanted to hold her back, I just wanted to keep her safe. But safety was a mirage in the mountains, a fleeting illusion. I remember, I whispered, my voice barely audible above the wind. I remember when we believed in magic, in the stories that made us whole. I don't want to lose that. But she was already turning away, the shadows swallowing her whole. Then remember me, Nick Hill. Remember me as I was, not as I am. And with that, she stepped into the darkness of the cave, the very heart of the Himalayas, the gods waiting with outstretched arms. I stood at the edge, heart racing, breath hitching, the world narrowing around me. Time slowed as the universe held its breath, waiting for my choice. The mountains loomed, ancient and eternal, their whispers all around me, a cacophony of fear and longing. I felt the pull of the abyss, the truth of the myths beckoning me. And I knew, in that moment, this was only the beginning, a thread woven into the fabric of a story that would never truly end. The wind howled like a banshee, each gust a reminder of the mountain's ancient watchfulness. Dust swept through the night, swirling like lost spirits searching for a home, clawing at the edges of the darkness. I stood there, heart pounding, adrenaline coursing through my veins, poised on the precipice of the world I thought I knew. The sacred peaks loomed, casting long shadows that twisted and danced, whispering secrets of the dying that hung in the air, heavy and charged. I remember the stories of the holy people, how they shaped the land with sacred breath, and in that moment, I questioned everything I had ever believed. Was it true? Were the mountains alive? The fear gripped me, a tangible force, each heartbeat echoing the rhythm of the earth beneath my feet. To be standing here, on this hallowed ground, felt like trespassing on a dream, the heart of the Navajo beating in sync with mine. Beside me stood Kaid, my cousin, a fierce spirit with fire in her eyes, but tonight, that fire flickered. Her voice trembled, I can't hear them anymore. The weight of her words crashed over me, suffocating in the stillness. The whispers that had guided our people for generations, the songs of our ancestors, were silenced, as if the mountains themselves had turned their backs on us. I could see it in her face, the way the shadows etched deeper lines around her eyes, the way her fists clenched and unclenched, fighting against an unseen force. She was a warrior, but tonight she felt like a lost child, grasping for something that felt just beyond reach. I remember the tales told around the fire, how the earth and sky were woven together with threads of creation. Yet here we were, caught in a cosmic rift, the air thick with despair. Above us, the stars flickered like dying candles, and I wondered if they mourned with us. Did they see our struggle as we stood before the sacred mountains, desperate for guidance? Or had they dimmed in shame, watching the unraveling of our existence? Then there was T-Oni, my brother. He had always been the dreamer, with eyes that saw beyond the confines of our world, but now his gaze was fixed on the mountains, a chasm of longing etched into his brow. The weight of our legacy pressed down upon him, and I could feel the tension radiating from him like heat from the sun. "They're angry," he whispered, voice strained, as if speaking too loudly might awaken the wrath of the mountains. "We've strayed too far from the old ways." I remember the stories of the first man and first woman, how they walked the earth with purpose, shaping the world with their hands and hearts. Tioni craved that connection, thirsted for it like a wanderer lost in the desert. I saw his fingers twitching, restless, as he fought against the gnawing doubt. "What if we don't belong here anymore?" he asked, the vulnerability slicing through the tension like a knife. The air crackled, a storm brewing in the distance, and the mountains seemed to pulse with life, each beat resonating with the pain of our fractured relationship with the land. I felt the urgency rise within me, a primal instinct. "We have to find them," I insisted, words tumbling from my lips, desperate and raw. "We have to hear their voices again." Cade shot me a look, fierce and unwavering. "And if they don't answer?" The question hung heavy between us, the weight of history pressing down. What if the ancestors had finally given up on us? But T-Oni, ever the dreamer, stepped forward. "They'll hear us. They have to." He was the bridge between our past and present, and I could see the glimmer of hope igniting in his heart. I wanted to believe him, but doubt gnawed at the edges of my resolve. What if we were too far gone? What if we were already ghosts in our own story, wandering a world that no longer recognized our existence? The shadows deepened as we approached the foot of the sacred mountain, and the tension built like thunder rumbling in the distance. The wind howled, a mournful song that twisted around us, urging us to turn back, but we pressed on. We were seekers, desperate to reclaim what was lost. I could hear the echoes of the past clawing at my mind, whispers of old songs, and I felt them seep into my blood, urging me forward. As we reached the summit, the air thick with anticipation, I closed my eyes, inhaling the raw, electric energy that surrounded us. Time felt fluid, bending and twisting, as if the universe itself held its breath. I remembered the stories of the constellations, how they wove the fabric of our existence, and I felt an urge to call out, to reach for the stars, begging for a sign. I opened my eyes, heart racing, and there stood Kaid, eyes locked on the horizon, a storm of emotions colliding within her. What if they're watching, she whispered, fear and longing intertwining. What if they're waiting for us? And in that moment, I saw the truth reflected in her gaze. The mountains were not merely stone, nor were they simply a backdrop to our story. They were alive, a pulse of energy that resonated with our struggles and desires. The ancient spirits were there, watching, waiting for us to remember who we were. We were the children of the earth, the descendants of the stars, and with every breath, we would fight to reclaim our place in this sacred tapestry. We would echo the songs of our ancestors until the mountains roared with our voices, until the night sky shimmered with the light of our unyielding hope. The tension coiled tighter, each heartbeat synchronizing with the thrum of the cosmos. I could feel the energy building, ready to explode. We were on the precipice, and the sacred mountains awaited our call, their silence a promise of the storm to come. And as we stood there, united in our desperation and hope, I realized that this was only the beginning. The mountains would not forget us. They would answer. They had to. A bell tolls, its echo shattering the stillness like a gunshot in the heart of Mount Athos. The sound is ancient and raw, tethered to the very stones of this holy land, where time is a ghost that slips through your fingers. I stand there, breathless, caught in the throbbing pulse of something much larger than myself. The wind carries whispers of prayers, desperation tangled with hope. I close my eyes, absorbing the thick air, saturated with centuries of yearning and devotion. Father Alexio stands a few paces away, his weathered face a landscape of pain and grace. He grips the wooden cross around his neck like a lifeline, knuckles white. I can feel his heart racing, a frantic rhythm that matches my own. He longs for absolution, for a forgiveness that seems just out of reach, like a mirage in the shimmering heat of the sun. The weight of his sins clings to him, shadows creeping from the corners of his reality. I remember when he told me about the night he lost everything, the rain pouring down, the flood swallowing his family home, the desperate cries of his children lost in the dark. Sometimes, he says, voice trembling, I think God's mercy is just a cruel joke. Behind him, the monks move like phantoms, their robes brushing against stone walls worn smooth by the passage of time. They seem untouched by the world outside, cloistered in their rituals, but their eyes tell a different story. I can see the flickers of doubt beneath the surface, the questioning glances they share. I can't help but wonder what they think of Father Alexio's. Do they see him as a fragile candle flickering against the storm, or a sinner lost in the shadows? The sun hangs low, bleeding crimson across the horizon, and I catch sight of Elena, her spirit as wild as the winds that whip through the mountains. She's drawn here, like a moth to a flame, seeking solace in the austere beauty of Mount Athos. But the path she treads is thorny, filled with memories that claw at her soul. I remember her laughter, a sound once bright, now tinged with sorrow. She tells me of her dreams, of the future she painted in vibrant colors, before the brush fell from her hands, before reality dripped into a dull gray. Each word carries the weight of 1,000 unspoken regrets, her longing palpable. I thought I could outrun my past, she whispers, her voice breaking, but here, it chases me down every shadow. The temple stands tall, a sentinel against the sky, but its walls seem to echo the unspoken fears of those who seek refuge within. I feel the air thicken, tension, expectation, electric as we await the evening service. The flickering candles cast unsettling shadows, dancing like memories refusing to be forgotten. Each note of the choir rises and falls, hauntingly beautiful, piercing through the veil of silence that blankets this sacred ground. And then, the storm arrives, dark clouds gather, angry and tumultuous. The wind howls, a chorus of rage against the sacred. Lightning splits the sky, illuminating the faces of the monks, who stand rooted, arms raised in prayer, but I can see the raw fear in their eyes. Father Alexios falters, his faith shaking, a fragile reed against the tempest. I watch as he wrestles with the storm both outside and within, the doubt clawing at his heart. I remember the calm, he murmurs, almost to himself, before the flood, before the world broke apart. Elena clutches her rosary, fingers trembling against the smooth beads, as if seeking solace in the rhythm of prayer, yet her eyes betray her, haunted, searching. She turns to Father Alexios, desperate for connection. "What if we're just ghosts?" she asks, her voice fragile as glass. "What if we've already drowned in our failures?" The night deepens, shadows stretching like fingers reaching for their prey. The storm rages, but there is a different tension brewing within the temple, a confrontation with the past, a reckoning. Suddenly, the bell tolls again, a deafening sound that reverberates through the stone halls, a signal that tears the air apart. Father Alexios' gaze hardens, I see the tempest of his soul reflected in the storm outside. This is the moment he must confront his demons, his guilt, his pain, the ghosts of lost love and betrayal. Forgiveness isn't a destination, he shouts against the wind, voice raw, it's a battle fought with every breath. Elena's eyes widen, she sees it now, the flicker of hope igniting in his despair. But how, she cries out, how do we forgive ourselves for the things we can't change? I remember, he gasps, voice breaking, that even in darkness, there is light. Even when we are lost, we can find our way back. The storm is a mirror, reflecting their turmoil, but it is also a catalyst, a fierce reminder that they are alive, that they feel deeply. The wind howls louder, but their voices rise above it, crashing together like waves against the rocks. The monks join in, a chorus of souls battling their own storms, their voices intertwining in a haunting plea for redemption. And then the lightning strikes, a blinding flash that illuminates everything, their pain, their hopes, their intertwined fates. In that moment, I see them clearly, Father Alexios, Elena, the monks, all bound by shared suffering, yet reaching for connection, for understanding. There is something beautiful in their brokenness, something pure. The storm continues to rage, but in the eye of it, a fragile peace settles over us, a promise that even in chaos, there is a thread of grace. Outside, the heavens unleash their fury, but inside, the light flickers in the hearts of those who dare to confront their demons. I feel the weight of their stories, the haunting echoes of their pasts. The bell tolls again, a reminder that this moment, this feeling, this struggle is a cycle, never-ending, ever-present. And as the memory of this night seeps into the fabric of my being, I realize, this is not an end, but a beginning, a hauntingly beautiful loop of hope and despair, forever intertwined. The wind howled through the black hills, shrieking like a banshee unleashed from the depths of despair. Shadows danced against the rocky terrain, twisting and contorting as if the land itself were alive, breathing in agony and ecstasy. I stood there, heart pounding, a dark sky pressing down, weighty and suffocating, the taste of storm in the air. I remember the thunderclap that came next, rolling across the valley like an angry whisper, reminding me of the spirits that roamed these sacred grounds. And then, out of that tumult, I saw her, Suna, fierce and radiant, standing atop the ridge, defiantly silhouetted against the storm's brewing chaos. Her hair whipped around her face, a wild tempest of black, mirroring the turmoil inside her. "We cannot let them take this land," she shouted, her voice a thunderous crack that momentarily stilled the wind. Her eyes burned with the fire of ancestors long gone, yet hauntingly present in that moment. But what echoed in my chest was the pain of her brother, Tay, who was crouched nearby, fingers digging into the earth as if he could pull the very essence of the land into his soul. "Sooner, it's too late," he whispered, voice laced with defeat, trembling beneath the weight of history and loss. "They've already begun. The white men have no respect for what this place means." He looked up, desperation pooling in his dark eyes, trepidation clawing at his throat. The Black Hills were not just a backdrop, they were a heartbeat, a memory, a sacred promise that had been made to his people. I remember the whispers of the elders, their voices like the rustling leaves, speaking of the creation of the world. In the beginning, there was Wakantanka, the Great Spirit. Their words floated around my mind, a gentle yet haunting reminder of the cosmos that cradled us, the stars that watched over our sacred hills. The very stones beneath my feet felt alive with stories, the laughter of children, the cries of warriors, the prayers of the ancestors. This land is ours, I wanted to scream, but the words twisted in my throat, caught between the past and the present. As Suna stepped forward, determination etched into her brow. I saw the flickers of ancestors in her movements, like ghosts rising to guide her. "We will not let them erase us," she proclaimed fiercely, her voice mingling with the thunder, challenging the storm. "Our spirits reside here, every tree, every rock, every whisper of wind carries our songs." I watched the shadows wrap around her, an embrace from the very earth that urged her onward. But Tay, anchored by a heavy sorrow, shook his head. "What will it matter if we stand alone against an army?" he said, words choking in his throat, a bitter taste of hopelessness. "We fought and lost so much already." He turned his gaze downward, as if the earth might swallow him whole, as if it might somehow ease the ache of his heart. "I remember when we were whole, Suna. When the Black Hills belonged to us and we belonged to them." In that silence, a rift opened, a chasm of conflict between them, raw and splintered. The wind howled again, as if the spirits themselves wept for the frayed bonds of family, of heritage, of identity. Suna's eyes glistened with unshed tears, a storm brewing within her, waiting to spill forth. "We can't let them take this from us, Tay. Not now. Not ever." The air thickened with tension, crackling like the electricity before a storm. I felt a surge of grief and longing, a yearning for a unity that seemed just out of reach. The earth beneath us seemed to tremble, urging us to remember, to listen. "The hills are alive with the voices of our ancestors," I whispered, though I knew my voice was small against the impending tide of encroachment. "We must fight for them." Suna's gaze turned toward me, fierce yet vulnerable. "Then we fight together," she declared, the fire igniting in her once more. "This is our battle, our legacy. We are the guardians of these sacred hills." I could see the flicker of hope reigniting in Tay's eyes, but it was a fragile flame, a delicate dance on the edge of despair. "What if we lose?" he murmured, fear giving way to doubt, his voice trembling like a fragile leaf caught in the wind. "What will happen to our people?" "Then we become the spirits they will never forget," Suna replied, and in that moment, her voice resonated like a call to arms, a siren song that wrapped around our hearts, binding us tighter. "We will carve our names into this land, and they will remember us." The clouds swirled above like dark omens, but beneath the surface, something shifted, a unity began to bloom, a fire sparked anew. I could feel the heartbeat of the hills echoing in my chest, strong, defiant, and alive. The air was thick with potential, with promises unspoken, dreams yearning to be realized. I grasped Suna's hand, then Tay's, feeling the warmth of our shared resolve. The Black Hills called to us, a sacred pulse whispering the truth of our existence, grounding us in a reality beyond the grasp of time. We were not just fighting for land, we were fighting for our identity, our history, our very souls. And as the storm raged on, the sacredness of the Black Hills surged through us, a force that could not be extinguished. The wind howled, the thunder roared, and in the heart of the storm, we stood, together, unyielding, ready to reclaim what had been lost. The sky crackled, a dark cloak of storm clouds rolling in with a menacing intensity. The wind howled like a banshee, rattling the branches, and I stood there, heart racing, breath caught in my throat, staring up at the ancient silhouette of Mount Haguro. It loomed above, its jagged peaks piercing the heavens, a titan watching over a sea of treetops. But what I felt wasn't just awe, or it was fear, a ghostly whisper in the air, a warning that something profound was about to unfold. Yuki was beside me, her eyes wide with a mix of wonder and dread. The camera in her hands trembled, her fingers brushing over the shutter as if afraid to capture the mountain's secrets. "I can't shake the feeling, Kenji," she whispered, a tremor in her voice. "It's like it's alive, like it knows our stories." I could see it in her gaze, the pull, the magnetic force of the sacred. It was as if those ancient stones could sense the turmoil in our hearts, our unresolved grief, our tangled lives. I remembered the stories my grandmother told me, frantic and fervent. Mountains are gods, Kenji, she'd say, her voice a woven tapestry of reverence and fear. They hold the spirits of our ancestors. They listen. And I believed her then, but standing there, I felt the weight of that belief crash over me like a wave. I was tangled in my own emotional storm, lost between the legacy of my family and the life I wanted to forge, a life that felt impossibly distant, like the summit of that mountain. Yuki's voice broke through my reverie. Do you think the gods can forgive us? Her eye sparkled with unshed tears, each droplet a universe of anguish. She had come to this sacred place seeking solace, but all she found was the echo of her own despair. Even in her beauty, there was a raw vulnerability, a fracture in her spirit that mirrored my own. I could feel her pain intertwining with mine, a shared wound that made the air between us crackle with tension. What I never told her was that I was running away from my father's expectations, from the weight of a family name etched in stone like the very mountains that surrounded us. I came to seek answers, but every breath I took felt like a betrayal. The mountains were not just sacred, they were a mirror reflecting every flaw, every sorrow. They demanded honesty, and the truth was a bitter pill I couldn't swallow. I was afraid of the gods, afraid of facing the ghosts of my past. As the wind howled louder, a sudden crack of thunder split the sky, and Yuki jumped, clutching my arm. The sacred mountain was more than just a backdrop, it was alive, a character in our story, holding us hostage in its embrace. We should go, she said, her voice trembling, but I couldn't move. I was rooted to the spot, captivated by the tempest, the chaos of nature that felt like a reflection of my own inner turmoil. Wait, I whispered, just a moment longer. The mountain seemed to beckon with its ancient wisdom, whispering secrets only the brave dared to seek. I had to confront the shadows lurking in my heart, the fears that chained me to my past. I closed my eyes, taking a deep breath, letting the storm cleanse me, even as it threatened to drown me. Suddenly, the clouds parted, a beam of light breaking through like a spotlight on the stage of the universe. In that moment, I felt exposed, my soul laid bare before the gods. I remembered my grandmother's words, the belief that our ancestors watched over us, guiding our steps. I thought of my father, his stern face, the disappointment in his eyes that haunted me. I thought of Yuki, the weight of her grief, the burden of love that ran deeper than the mountains themselves. Yuki, I said, turning to her, what if the gods are waiting for us to speak? What if they want to hear our truths? She looked at me, a flicker of hope igniting her despair. You think they care? She asked, searching my face for answers. I think they long for our honesty, I replied, my voice gaining strength, the storm inside me shifting. Our pain, our joy, they are part of this world, part of the mountains. Each word felt like a prayer, a chant rising into the stormy sky. And as I spoke, I could feel the tension between us shift, the air thickening with the promise of revelation. The mountains, the sacred guardians of our spirits, waited patiently, their silence draping over us like a shroud, heavy yet comforting. In that moment, I sensed the presence of something bigger than us, a connection weaving through time and space, pulling at the threads of our existence. The mountains had seen countless generations rise and fall, love and loss, and yet here we stood, two flawed souls seeking redemption in their shadows. I felt the heartbeat of the earth resonating within me as I released a breath I didn't know I was holding. Yuki, I remember when I was a child, how I used to climb trees, feeling invincible, like I could touch the sky, I said, my voice thick with emotion. But now, I feel small, lost in this world of expectations. I remember the weight of my father's dreams pressing down on me. Her eyes softened, understanding dawning, and for a brief moment, I could see her own burdens reflected in my confession. I remember, she whispered, the laughter of my mother, the way she'd tell stories of the mountains, how they carried our hopes. And in that shared remembering, a fragile bond began to weave itself between us, a tapestry of our stories, our wounds, our aspirations. The storm rumbled softly, the tension shifting, but the weight of our confessions hung heavy in the air. We stood there, two souls on the precipice, contemplating the vastness of our fears and the strength we drew from the mountains. The sacred peaks, guardians of our secrets, listened intently, the whispers of the ancestors echoing through the howling wind as we surrendered to the storm that raged both within and around us. And as the cloud swirled and the thunder rolled, I realized we weren't just facing the mountain, we were confronting ourselves. The mountains were more than a backdrop, they were an invitation to wrestle with our demons, to lay bare our truths. Would we walk away transformed? Or would we remain forever trapped in the shadows of our fears? I didn't know. But in that moment, I understood something vital. The sacred mountains held not just the weight of our burdens but also the promise of release. The wind howled like 1,000 souls crying out, each gust a ghostly reminder of the lives that had dared to touch the heavens. In that merciless embrace of the cold, I felt my heart race, not from fear alone but from the sheer gravity of existence. The summit of Mount Chomolungma loomed ahead, a slumbering giant wrapped in clouds, its presence both magnificent and foreboding. I shivered, not just from the chill that seeped into my bones, but from the weight of untold stories, dreams, and heartbreak that clung to this sacred mountain like snowflakes, each one unique, yet indistinguishable in the vastness of white. Beside me stood Tenzin, his brow furrowed, eyes darting between the jagged rocks and the horizon that seemed to stretch into infinity. He had come here with a purpose, driven by the ghost of his father, a Sherpa who had never returned from the climb. Each step was a prayer, each breath a penance. "I can feel him here," he whispered, voice trembling like the fragile branches of a tree in a storm. The desperation in his tone gripped my gut, and I was suddenly reminded of my own shadows, the ghosts that haunted me long after the lights went out. I wanted to tell him it was okay, that grief was a heavy cloak we wore, but it was also a kind of armor. Instead, I stood silent, a witness to his torment as much as my own. Not far behind us, Elena struggled against the elements, her determination fierce, yet her resolve faltering with every breath. A climber by passion, but a poet at heart, she had come to weave words into the fabric of this mountain. "I came for the stories," she had said, her voice filled with dreams and ambition, yet now it was tinged with fear. What if there are no words left? The question hung in the air, heavy and unanswerable, as if the mountain itself was contemplating its response. Each moment stretched, time bending as we breached the tree line, the landscape morphing into an ethereal canvas of white and grey. The air thinned, and with every step, the burden of our hopes and fears became palpable. Tenzin stumbled, and the snow shifted under his weight, a reminder that beneath this seemingly serene facade lay an undercurrent of chaos. "It's alive," he gasped, eyes wide, reflecting the storm that raged both inside and out. And that was it, wasn't it? The mountain was more than rock and ice, it was a living entity, a sacred pulse that resonated with the hearts of those who dared to approach. Chomolungma, mother goddess of the world, was revered not just for her towering height but for the stories she encapsulated, the dreams she nurtured, and the souls she claimed. I felt the chill of her embrace, a haunting reminder of the lives woven into her fabric, each thread a testament to ambition, folly, and the indomitable spirit of humanity. Elena had wandered a few paces ahead, eyes glazed over, lost in a world of her own, her mind a whirlpool of fragments, memories of childhood stories, dreams of grandeur, and the weight of unfulfilled desires. "What's a word worth at this height?" she murmured, her voice barely cutting through the wind, a poignant question that felt like a knife to my heart. "What if I can't capture it?" With every gust, the mountain seemed to whisper back, taunting her, wrapping itself around her fears like the heavy cloak of snow. I wanted to reach out, to reassure her, but I was caught in the web of my own uncertainty. This journey was not just about reaching the summit, it was about confronting our demons, and the mountain, with all its beauty, was mercilessly revealing them. As we trudged forward, the air grew colder, a biting reminder that we were not alone up here. I could feel it, the presence of those who had come before us, spirits entwined with the very essence of the earth, a chorus of whispers echoing in the silence. Tenzin's voice broke through my reverie, fierce and raw. "I will find him. I will bring him back." His eyes blazed with the fervor of hope and despair intertwined. "He's out there, I can feel it. He's waiting for me." But what if he was wrong? What if the mountain had claimed him, devoured him whole like so many before? The thought clawed at my mind, a dark specter lurking in the shadows of my consciousness. I glanced up at the towering peak, its summit obscured by storm clouds, a celestial sentinel observing our every move. Elena's laughter shattered the tension like glass breaking, sharp and sudden. "What if we just let go?" What if we stop trying to capture the moment and just live it? The absurdity hung in the air, a fragile thread that threatened to snap. Why can't I just be a part of the mountain, a whisper in its wind? I wanted to scream at her, to shake her and say, because this isn't just a moment. It's our lives. Yet, the truth was, I was envious of her surrender, her willingness to embrace the unknown. It was a stark juxtaposition to Tenzin's desperation, both of them reflecting the duality of our existence, the relentless pursuit of meaning clashing with the acceptance of the chaos that life brings. As we crested a ridge, the view opened up, vast, breathtaking, terrifying. The world below felt distant, a fleeting memory. For a moment, time stood still, and I was engulfed in the beauty of it all, yet that beauty felt tainted by the anguish that had brought us here. The mountain was a relentless beast, demanding tribute in the form of sacrifice, and I couldn't shake the feeling that it was hungry. Tenzin knelt in the snow, his breath coming in short gasps, shoulders shaking with emotion. "I will not let him go," he repeated, mantra-like, though I could see the doubt creeping in. The whispers of the mountain grew louder, a cacophony of unsettling truths echoing in my mind. Beneath the layers of snow lay stories and dreams, of climbers and seekers who had reached for the sky only to be swallowed by the earth's cold embrace. Elena reached for Tenzin, her hand warm against his freezing fingers. "He wouldn't want this for you. He wouldn't want you to suffer." The gentle sincerity of her words hung in the air, a fragile thread of connection weaving through our despair. Yet the mountain loomed above, a silent witness, indifferent to our struggles, a reminder that life continued, indifferent to the mortality of our dreams. As the storm escalated, each flake of snow danced around us, a swirling tempest of doubt and fear. I could feel the mountain's heartbeat, its pulse echoing in my own chest, a reminder that we were all threads woven into this tapestry of life and death. The air thickened with tension, and as I glanced at Tenzin and Elena standing together, I realized that we were not just climbers, we were pilgrims, burdened by our dreams, our losses, and our hopes. And then, just as suddenly as the storm had come, the air stilled. A breathtaking silence enveloped us, as if the mountain held its breath, waiting. In that moment, I could see it clearly. Chomolungma was more than a mere mountain. It was a reflection of our souls, vast and ungraspable, a beautiful chaos. But even in the stillness, I felt a tremor beneath our feet, a subtle reminder that the mountain was alive, and we were but fleeting visitors in its eternal embrace. The tension hung heavy in the air, a promise of what was yet to come. The journey was far from over, and I could sense that the mountain had its own story, a tale of spirits and struggle, heartache and hope, waiting just beyond the next ridge. The wind howled like a banshee, whipping through the jagged rocks of Aotearoa's sacred peaks. It carried secrets, ancient and heavy, whispering through the valleys, weaving through the hair of Tanya as she clutched her daughter Rena's hand, the warmth of the child a fragile lifeline against the encroaching chill. They stood at the edge of a cliff, the world below them swallowed by clouds, lost to shadows. Tanya's heart raced, not just from the cold, but from the dread that clawed at her throat, threatening to swallow her whole. The mountains loomed, their jagged forms silhouettes against a bruised sky, looming giants that watched over the land, witnesses to 1,000 heartbeats, 1,000 stories. "I remember," she whispered, her voice barely audible above the storm, "the tales my grandmother told me. The mountains, they live and breathe, Tia. They hold our ancestors, our sorrow, our strength." Rena's eyes sparkled with youthful wonder, oblivious to the weight of the ancestral pain embedded in those peaks, her innocence a sharp contrast to Tanya's burdened heart. But then, a rumble echoed from the depths of the earth, a low growl that sent a shiver down Tanya's spine. It wasn't just the mountain shifting, something deeper, darker, was at play. She felt it in her bones, a call to action, a cry for understanding. Rena tugged at her sleeve, pulling her from the depths of memory. "Mum, let's go back," she said, her voice a tremor of fear wrapped in bravery. But Tanya's feet were rooted, drawn by unseen forces that spoke to her, that begged for acknowledgement. "You don't understand, Rena. This isn't just a hike. It's a pilgrimage," Tanya replied, her voice steady, yet the tremor beneath it betrayed her. She closed her eyes, inhaling the crisp air laced with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. "These mountains, they're alive. They remember us, even when we forget. The cloud swirling above shifted, revealing a fractured moon that cast an eerie glow upon the peaks, illuminating the contours of the land like the brushstrokes of a painter possessed by the spirit of creation. It was beautiful and terrifying, a reminder of the duality of existence, life and death, joy and sorrow, all wrapped within the embrace of the mountains. Tanya's heart thundered with the urgency of the moment, every beat a reminder of what was at stake. Then there was Koro, standing apart, his frame rigid against the obsidian sky. The grandfather of Tanya, the keeper of stories, the man who had always said the mountains spoke to him, who had followed their whispers like a lost child follows a mother's call. But now, he stood silent, a statue carved from the very stone of the land, an enigma wrapped in layers of wisdom and grief. With a single glance, Tanya saw the despair etched across his face, the crumpled lines that spoke of battles fought and lost, of dreams not realized. "Why have you brought her here?" Koro's voice broke through the silence like crackling thunder, sharp and accusatory. "You risk her life, Tanya. The mountains do not welcome all." "I know." Tanya's voice trembled, guilt tightening around her chest. "But she needs to understand. We all do. We've forgotten how to listen." Rena looked between them, confusion swirling in her innocent gaze, a storm of emotions roiling within her small frame. Fear, curiosity, the restless spirit of youth caught in a tempest of ancestral pain. The atmosphere thickened, an electric charge that hummed between the three of them, binding them together in this moment of raw vulnerability. Tanya felt the earth beneath her shift, the mountains themselves stirring with a life of their own. It was both exhilarating and terrifying, a reminder that they were merely visitors in a sacred realm, a realm that demanded respect, that demanded truth. Koro's eyes glimmered with unshed tears, reflections of a time long past when the mountains were revered, where stories flowed like water, cleansing the wounds of the world. "They have seen our failures, Tanya. Our greed, our neglect. What makes you think they will welcome the likes of us now?" Tanya's heart ached at his words, a painful truth that resonated deep within her marrow. The mountains were not just geographical formations, they were living entities, guardians of a history too rich, too painful to ignore. "I remember the stories, Koro. I remember the pain of our ancestors, the sacrifices made. We can't let their voices be silenced." A crack of thunder split the night, and Rena gasped, fear flashing in her eyes. But Tanya felt something else, a surge of defiance. "We can't run away. We owe it to them, to ourselves, to confront what we've forgotten." The wind howled again, and as it did, a whisper resonated through the air, a melody only Tanya seemed to hear, beckoning her forward, pulling her towards the edge of the cliff. The pulse of the mountains throbbed beneath her feet, a deep, rhythmic beat that echoed the very essence of life itself. "Listen!" Tanya shouted, her voice strong, filled with fervor. "There's a truth here, a bond we can't break. Listen to the mountains, Rena." Rena's eyes widened, and for a moment, the weight of the world seemed to lift. The girl closed her eyes, and Tanya saw it, the flicker of understanding sparking deep within her child's soul. Koro's gaze softened, the years of pain and loss momentarily replaced with hope. But just as quickly, the wind shifted again, a shadow passing overhead, dark and menacing. A chill swept through the air, and Tanya's heart raced. This was not finished, the mountains demanded something. And in that moment, she realized they were not just fighting for their voices, but for a future that was slipping through their fingers like sand. "Stay close," she urged, the urgency rising in her voice, pulling Rena and Koro in tighter. "We have to face them together." In the silence that followed, as the echoes of the past mingled with the present, Tanya felt the ground beneath her tremble, a warning, an invitation, a challenge. The mountains awaited, and she, despite the fear clawing at her chest, stepped forward, determined to reclaim the stories they had lost. The night stretched on, heavy with tension, a canvas painted with shadows and light, the mountains looming large above them, silent yet screaming, waiting for the moment when their truths would collide. And in that suspended moment, the air crackled with the promise of confrontation. They were on the brink, teetering between the past and the future, bound together by love and ancestral pain, with the mountains as their witnesses. Tanya took a breath, the storm raging around them, her heart echoing the pulse of the earth. They were not alone. The mountains would speak. They would listen. And this was only the beginning. A storm brews over Mount Elbrus, the wind howling like a banshee, a cacophony against the silence of the ancient giants that cradle it. I stand at the base, adrenaline coursing through my veins like wildfire, heart hammering against my ribcage as if desperate to escape into the chaos that swirls around me. The mountain looms above, shrouded in swirling shadows, its peak a beacon of both beauty and dread. They say if you listen closely, you can hear the whispers of those who dared to summit its heights, heroes and fools, warriors and wanderers, their dreams and nightmares entwined in the very fabric of its snow. I remember the stories that brought me here, tales spun by my grandmother under a sky draped in stars, constellations that seemed to breathe with life as she spoke of the legends of the Caucasus. She painted images of the mighty hero Elbrus, eternally bound to the mountain, a titan fallen asleep only to awaken in the echoes of the storms. I remember how her voice trembled, weaving fear and awe into every word, her eyes glinting with the memory of 1,000 hopes and heartaches. Beware the mountain, she warned. It remembers. Beside me, Lena stands, her breath visible in the biting cold, a white mist that dances away into the tempest. She's a firecracker, brash, defiant, and yet, I see it in her eyes, the flicker of uncertainty, the gnawing doubt that pulls at her heart. She came here seeking something, a way to reconcile the ghosts of her past. Her brother, lost to the heights of Elbrus years ago. Gone, swallowed by the indifferent snow. I must go up there, she insists, fists clenched, her jaw set. I have to find him. He's still up there. But there's another weight, another soul tethered to this frigid ground. Alexei, the stoic mountain guide, a man of few words but heavy with grief. His hands, weathered and calloused, grip the ropes with a strength forged in loss. The mountain is unforgiving, he murmurs, his voice gravelly, edged with pain. It takes what it wants and gives nothing back. His eyes flicker to the summit, and I see the shadows of his own demons lurking there, shadows that claw at him like the biting wind. He lost his wife to a storm, a descent that turned into an eternal night. There's a ghost in his silence, a haunting that keeps him bound to these icy slopes. The wind screams, a furious lament, and I can't shake the feeling that the mountain watches us, judging, waiting. I remember nights spent telling stories around campfires, the crackle of flames illuminating faces etched with laughter and longing. Now, that laughter feels like a distant echo, swallowed by the cacophony of the storm. Shadows stretch and twist, merging with the whispers of the lost, cloaked in a somber promise of what lies ahead. With trepidation, we begin our ascent. Each step is a battle, the snow giving way beneath our feet, the chill seeping into our bones. Lena is relentless, charging ahead, driven by a need I can't fathom. I'll find him, she calls back, her voice slicing through the icy air. A part of me wants to scream, to pull her back. What if he's just a memory? But those words get lost in the wind, buried under the weight of her grief. I glance at Alexei, who trudges behind me, his eyes dark pools of sorrow. What is it you see? I ask, trying to bridge the chasm of silence between us. He pauses, snow swirling around him like a phantom, and for a fleeting moment, I see his wife smile. I see the lives we lost, he whispers, his voice barely audible against the roar of the wind. I see them beckoning, taunting. The mountain keeps their spirits. The air thickens with tension as we crest a ridge, the horizon opening before us like a lover's embrace, revealing the vast white expanse of the world below. It's breathtaking, but beauty sharpens into dread as a howl rips through the air, a wolf's mournful cry, echoing off the slopes. Lena's face pales, a flicker of fear crossing her features. What was that? She glances back, vulnerability creeping into her bravado. Only the mountain, Alexei says, his voice low, but I see the way his fingers tighten around the rope. We press on, but the shadows deepen, tucking secrets into the folds of snow, and I can't shake the feeling that we're being watched, that unseen eyes are tracing our every move. Then the wind shifts, and the storm breaks, revealing a hidden valley, a ghostly landscape that feels untouched by time. It's surreal, like stepping into a painting where the colors bleed into one another, blurring the lines between reality and something far more sinister. In the distance, I catch a glimpse of something, an outline, a figure standing at the edge of a precipice. My heart stutters, fear lacing through me like ice. "Do you see that?" I whisper, pointing. Lena squints, her breath hitching, and then she's off, racing toward the figure before I can shout a warning. "Wait! Lena!" I call, but the sound is swallowed by the roaring wind. Alexei's hand shoots out, grabbing my arm, fear etched into his weathered face. "She's chasing a ghost." "Or it's leading her to one," I reply, my heart pounding in a rhythm of dread. And just like that, the world tilts. Lena screams, a sound that echoes against the mountain like a shattering glass, and I feel the ground beneath me tremble. The storm grows savage, the sky darkening as if the heavens themselves have turned their backs on us. I lunge after her, my lungs burning, heart racing, but each step feels like a betrayal against the mountain's grip. "Lena!" I scream, desperation clawing at my throat. "Come back!" But she's lost in the shadows, swept away by the very legends that haunt this place, the myths of the Caucasus intertwining with our reality. I remember the stories, the promises of heroes and the sacrifices made, and dread seeps into my bones like the cold. As I reach the edge of the precipice, the storm opens up before me, a swirling abyss, a yawning chasm of white that swallows sound and light. And in that moment, standing on the brink of the world, I realize that the mountain does remember. It remembers the broken dreams and shattered lives, the laughter turned to silence, and the echoes of those who dared to conquer what was never theirs to claim. I hear Lena's voice, a whisper lost to the storm, and the shadows dance around me, beckoning. Time stretches, and I feel the weight of every heartbeat, every breath, a relentless pulse that binds us to this place. I stand frozen, caught between the terror of losing Lena and the promise of the mountain. It offers both salvation and despair, a tragic duality woven into its very essence. And the storm rages on, a symphony of chaos and longing, as we spiral deeper into the heart of the legend, where the past and present collide in a haunting embrace. In the end, will we find what we seek, or will the mountain claim us as its own? The wind howled like a banshee, a mournful wail echoing through the jagged peaks of Mount Kilimanjaro, igniting the air with an electric tension. The sun, a bloated orange disk, hung low, casting long shadows that danced like restless spirits across the ground. I stood at the base, heart thundering in my chest, knowing the weight of ancestral eyes upon me, watching, judging, waiting. Today, the mountain would not just witness human folly, it would exact its toll. Lila's breath came quick, her chest rising and falling with desperation. She had trekked this path countless times, but today felt different. Today, shadows lurked deeper, and the spirits of the mountain whispered secrets only she could hear. "We have to turn back," she urged, her voice raw with fear, but her brother, Tunde, pressed forward, lost in a storm of his own making. "I need to do this, Lila." His words struck like thunder, reverberating in the stillness surrounding them. "Father's spirit is restless. He called me here." His eyes burned with a ferocity that terrified her. He was chasing ghosts, dancing dangerously close to the edge of oblivion. She could feel it, the pulsating energy of the mountain, a living, breathing entity that thrived on human ambition and despair. "Listen to me. This mountain, it's sacred." Lila's voice trembled, and the memories flooded back to her, a childhood spent in stories of gods and heroes, tales woven into the very fabric of their lives. The elders spoke of sacred mountains with reverence, instilling an understanding that they were not merely stone, they were the bones of the earth, eternal guardians of lost souls. But Tunde was not thinking of the past. He was lost in grief, a swirling tempest that threatened to consume him whole. "I remember," he said, his voice a whisper now, almost lost to the wind. "I remember the stories of our ancestors, the sacrifices made to please the spirits. I have to offer myself. It's the only way to find peace." His eyes gleamed with a madness that chilled Lila to her core. The very mountain seemed to lean in closer, intrigued by the human folly unfolding at its feet. "Peace," she laughed bitterly, the sound raw and jagged against the solemnity of the peak. "You think death will bring peace?" You'll be nothing but another lost soul, another voice in the howling wind. She felt her heart breaking, shattering like glass at the weight of his resolve. In that moment, she understood the truth. He was beyond her reach, spiraling deeper into a chasm where love could not save him. The ground beneath them trembled, a grunt from the mountain's belly, a warning, perhaps, or a hunger. The shadows thickened, swirling around their feet like fog, swallowing the light. Tunde's hand clenched the amulet that hung from his neck, a family heirloom, now a talisman of desperation. "It is my duty, Lila," he said, turning from her, stepping closer to the edge where the rocky cliff met the abyss. "To honor our father, to reclaim what was lost." "Stop!" Her voice echoed sharply, desperation clawing at her throat. "You're being reckless. The spirits don't crave sacrifice, they crave remembrance." Tears pooled in her eyes, blurring her vision with a shimmer of unshed grief. She reached for him, but he was slipping away, lost in the grip of the mountain's call. And then, silence. A heavy, suffocating silence that wrapped around them like a shroud. The wind ceased their howling, the world narrowed to just the two of them, brother and sister, caught in a web woven from sorrow and love. In that vastness, the very air crackled with tension, humming with an ancient song only they could hear. "I remember the tales," she whispered, her voice breaking. "The mountain is a lover, but it is also a killer. It takes and it gives, but it never forgets." The shadows wriggled closer, a dark reminder of what awaited those who dared to disturb the sacred ground. Yet Tunde was resolute, a moth drawn to the flame, and his next words cut deep like the cold steel of a blade. "What do you know of loss? You've never had to carry this burden." His voice, a serrated edge, sliced through the fragile air. He turned. His silhouette against the burning sky was both beautiful and terrifying, a tragic hero poised for sacrifice. Lila's world shrank to the sound of her heartbeat, echoing in her ears. She stepped forward, clenched fists trembling with unspent energy, with love and desperation. "Tunde, please! Don't do this. I can't lose you too." The mountain seemed to shift, as if responding to her pain, a low rumble reverberating through the ground. The spirit stirred, unseen yet palpable, weaving around them like smoke from a forgotten fire, and Tunde faltered. Just for a heartbeat, caught in the web of her words and the weight of his grief. "What if I can't live with the memory of him? What if it eats me alive?" he whispered, vulnerability spilling from him like rain. "I remember feeling lost, feeling abandoned. But we carry them with us, Tunde. We honor them by living." Her voice rose, fueled by a fierce intensity that shattered the stillness. But the mountain had its own heartbeat, a primal rhythm that pulsed beneath their feet. The sky darkened, shadows darting like phantoms, and the air thickened with foreboding. Lila could feel it now, the ancient power of the mountain, a clamoring force demanding tribute. With every breath, she felt the grip of despair tightening around her throat. The tension coiled, unrelenting, and she was desperate to turn back time, to erase the pain that had given rise to this moment. "Tunde," she cried, reaching out, fingertips barely grazing his arm. The connection sparked like a live wire, raw and electric. And in that moment, time suspended, the cosmos swirling around them as the mountain stood sentinel, a towering guardian of their fate. She could feel the echoes of their ancestors pulsing through the ground, urging them to remember, to reclaim their story. But would it be enough? Would love and memory triumph over the seductive call of the mountain? The shadows twisted, and she held her breath, heart pounding, as the air crackled with the intensity of their choices. And then, just as the silence threatened to swallow them whole, the mountain responded, a low rumble that crescendoed into a roar, shaking the earth beneath them. Caught in the storm of their emotions, they stood at the edge of oblivion, where love and sacrifice collided. The confrontation loomed, an emotional climax pregnant with the weight of their shared history. Shadows danced, time twisted, and the mountain held its breath, as if waiting for a resolution, for the hearts of the living to lead the way. The winds howled again, and with it came a torrential wave of uncertainty, a question that echoed eternally. Would they choose life, or would they surrender to the sacred call of the mountain, forever entwined in its legend? The air was electric, crackling like lightning, as the last echoes of daylight faded into the shadows of the Great Smoky Mountains. A chill slithered down my spine. Mist snaked through the trees, a ghostly apparition that whispered secrets of the ancient. I could almost hear the heartbeats of those who walked these paths long before me, a Cherokee spirits woven into the very fabric of the land, their stories etched in stone and silence. I remember the fear in Clara's eyes as she stood at the edge of the clearing, her hands trembling, clenching the talisman, a worn piece of wood carved with symbols that had whispered their warnings for generations. "We shouldn't be here," she urged, her voice wavering like the flickering candlelight of her memory. But the forest sang a different song, a hymn of the wild that pulled at our souls, enticing us deeper, deeper into the embrace of the trees that loomed overhead like sentinels guarding ancient mysteries. And there was Jonah, ever the skeptic, arms crossed against the chill, scoffing at Clara's anxious words. "It's just a story," he declared, but I caught the flicker of doubt in his eyes, a shadow that danced across his bravado. He was a man wrestling with the weight of his own disbelief, a heart that craved certainty but found itself lost in the fog. I saw it in the way he rubbed the back of his neck, a nervous habit that betrayed his bravado. He was standing on the edge of something unexplainable, something visceral that clawed at the very essence of who he was. "Listen," Clara whispered, her voice barely a breath, invading the space between us. "Do you hear that?" The wind shifted, and the trees sobbed, a low, mournful sound that seemed to echo the pain of lost souls, thousands of years of history compressed into a haunting lullaby. I could almost see them, the spirits of the mountains, woven from the mist, their faces etched with stories of sorrow and resilience, their whispers beckoning us to listen. I remember the stories my grandmother told me as a child, her voice a warm embrace against the cold nights, her words dripping with the honey of her own memory. "The mountains are alive," she used to say, "the spirits of the Cherokee roam these hills. They guard the dreams of our ancestors and the weight of our regrets." Each word was a thread, stitching my heart to the land, binding me to its haunting allure. I felt that weight now, the pull of history, the aching need to connect with the past, even as the present threatened to swallow us whole. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath my feet. My heart raced, pounding against my ribcage like a desperate animal. Clara shrieked, her voice a jagged piece of glass cutting through the night. Jonah's bravado shattered, his eyes wide with terror, and in that moment, we were stripped bare, raw, and exposed in the face of the unknown. The mist thickened, swirling around us like a predator closing in on its prey. I could see the shapes forming within it, shadows morphing into figures, their outlines indistinct yet hauntingly familiar. They were the spirits, emerging from the fog, their mouths moving in silent song, weaving a tapestry of despair and hope. I could feel Clara's hand gripping mine, her pulse racing, a frantic rhythm that matched my own. "What do they want?" she breathed, fear etched in every line of her face. But it was Jonah who found his voice, shaky yet defiant. "This isn't real," he spat, challenging the very air around him, but the quiver in his voice betrayed his confidence, revealing the terror lurking just beneath the surface. The spirits swirled closer, their ephemeral forms shimmering in the half-light. It was as if time itself had twisted, pulling us into a dream where reality blurred with myth. I could see the sorrow etched in their features, the pain of lives lived and lost, the weight of forgotten stories clawing at my heart. I remembered my grandmother's words, the tales of the Great Smoky Mountains, of how they held the memories of the Cherokee, of love, of loss, of betrayal. "Jonah," I whispered, my voice trembling, "this is bigger than us." He turned to me, eyes wide, and for a fleeting moment, I saw the flicker of understanding in the depths of his uncertainty. The air thickened around us, suffocating, pressing down like a weight we could not escape. It clenched my throat, each breath a battle against the rising tide of fear. And then, in a moment that felt suspended in time, a figure stepped forward from the mist, a woman, her face a blend of beauty and anguish. The moonlight caught her features, illuminating the strength in her gaze, the sadness woven into every line of her being. She reached for us, fingers outstretched, beckoning us closer. "Remember," she whispered, her voice echoing like the wind through the trees, "remember the stories. Remember who you are." In that instant, I felt the pulse of history coursing through my veins, the weight of countless souls resting upon my shoulders. Clara's grip tightened, and I could see the tears brimming in her eyes, a reflection of the hearts that had come before us. Time seemed to unravel like the threads of a tapestry, each moment stretching into eternity. I could hear the whispers, the stories rising from the earth, a flood of memories cascading through the air. The mountains were alive, and we were but strands in the delicate web of their mythology, caught between past and present, between fear and hope. "Clara," I gasped, the realization crashing over me like a wave. "We have to remember. We can't let their stories die." Jonah stood frozen, a storm brewing behind his eyes, as if the weight of countless dreams hung heavy on his heart. The woman's gaze lingered on him, and in that moment, I knew he was battling more than the fear of the unknown. He was wrestling with the ghosts of his own past, the shadows that threatened to consume him. And as the mist swirled around us, the spirits danced in the shadows, their songs intertwined with our own fears and dreams, pulling us into a world where nothing was certain but the weight of our shared humanity. The mountains, with all their beauty and terror, enveloped us, wrapping us in their ancient embrace, and the very air trembled with the stories waiting to be told, stories that would echo through time, never truly ending, just waiting for the next heart to listen. Thunder rumbled like a distant god angry over a forgotten sacrifice, shaking the very ground beneath my feet. I stood at the foot of Mount Olympus, where the whispers of ancient cults lingered like shadows, curling around the gnarled roots of trees that seemed to groan beneath their weight. The air pulsed with an energy, thick and electric, a mixture of dread and something akin to reverence. My heart raced, each beat a countdown as I felt the eyes of the long-dead gods upon me, judging, mourning, and perhaps, just perhaps, waiting. I remember the smell of burnt offerings, sweet and acrid, wafting from the altar where the flickering flames danced like desperate spirits seeking to escape. I remember the way Elara's hands trembled as she poured the wine, the crimson liquid spilling over, a sacrament lost to the earth, an offering rejected. Her eyes, wide and haunted, seemed to reflect the very cosmos, stars flickering in a void where hope once lived. "What are we doing?" she whispered, her voice barely audible over the wind that howled like a banshee. Channeling the past, I said, though I had no idea what that even meant. I wore my heart like armor, its weight burdening my soul, but the truth was a phantom, elusive and slippery. The cult, their rituals, their promises, had drawn me in. The allure of power, of connection to something greater, something divine. But now, with Elara's frightened face lit by the eerie glow of the fire, all I felt was the gnawing terror of the unknown. The shadows danced ominously, and with every flicker, I could almost hear the faint echo of laughter, or was it the wailing of those who had come before us? I thought of Thanos, my brother, fallen into the clutches of this madness. "He's gone," I had told Elara countless times, yet here we were, on the precipice of something we couldn't understand, trying to call him back from wherever darkness had claimed him. "Do you really think we can bring him back?" Elara's voice trembled, and a part of me wanted to reassure her, to tell her that ancient myths were just stories, enthralling, yes, but ultimately fables crafted by trembling hands. But the truth? It clawed at my insides, a ravenous beast. "Every myth has a grain of truth," I replied, though even I didn't believe it. The smell of burning sage wrapped around me like a shroud, and it seemed that the mountain itself listened, a silent witness to our plight. We were part of a greater narrative now, a script written in blood and smoke, and I wondered if this was what the ancients had felt, this insatiable pull toward the enigmatic, the sacred. Elara's eyes turned glassy, reflecting the flames as if they held the answers to our desperation. "What if it goes wrong?" she asked, voice trembling like the embers. I felt a shiver race down my spine. What if? Each question spiraled into another, an endless cycle of dread. What if the gods were not merciful? What if they were vengeful? Panic clawed at the edges of my mind. "We make our own destiny," I said, as if reciting a spell, but my voice wavered like a candle caught in a gust. "We will find him, Elara. We will." The words tasted bitter, but I held onto them, the hope a fragile thread weaving through the tapestry of our despair. And then, as I gazed into the fire, I saw him, Thanos, or the illusion of him, flickering like a faded photograph, a smile on his lips, but his eyes were hollow, void of the light that once filled them. "You shouldn't have come," he said, and the fire crackled ominously, a reminder of all the things left unsaid. I could feel Elara's breath catch, a visceral gasp that echoed my own horror. A shudder swept through me, and suddenly, the mountain was alive, the stones beneath my feet trembling as if disturbed by a long-forgotten memory. The wind howled, a chorus of lost souls, and the ground seemed to open, revealing an abyss that whispered of ancient rituals, blood-soaked altars, and sacrifices that were never meant to be made. Thanos! I screamed, but my voice was swallowed by the darkness. Ilara clutched my arm, fear flashing in her eyes, and I felt the chill of inevitability grip my heart. The weight of loss bore down on me, a crushing reminder of the bond we had once shared, now twisted into a grotesque parody by this insatiable quest. "Do you hear that?" she said, her voice shaking. I strained to listen, the wind carrying with it echoes of history, the cries, the laughter, the solemn oaths of those who had come before us. I understood then, we were not the first, and we would not be the last. The mountain had feasted upon the hopes of many, and it was insatiable. "Run!" I shouted, but my feet remained glued to the earth, anchored by the weight of my own trepidation. A swirl of shadows darted around us, the air thick with despair, and I realized, no one leaves Mount Olympus untouched. Not now, not ever. Thanos! I yelled again, but it was futile. The name echoed back at me, a hollow reminder of everything we had lost. Ilara's grip tightened on my arm, her fear palpable, and in that moment, I knew we were both caught in a web spun by something much older than ourselves. The flames flickered wildly, each spark a soul in agony, a testament to our folly. I felt a surge of anger, of grief, and it erupted within me, a volcano of raw emotion ready to spill over. "We'll break this cycle!" I cried out, not just for Thanos, but for all of us trapped in this relentless dance of despair, of yearning. "Then let's summon them." Ilara's voice was fierce, a roaring ember in the night. I saw the spark of determination ignite in her eyes, a fierce light against the encroaching darkness. The tension coiled between us, an electric thread connecting our fates. Together, I whispered, and we stepped closer to the flames, the shadows around us morphing and twisting, promising salvation or destruction. And as we began to chant, the mountain trembled in response, a primordial heartbeat that echoed through the very fabric of time. But beyond the veil of our desperate longing lay the truth. Mount Olympus was a sentinel of fate, a realm where myths and rituals intertwined, spiraling into infinity, an eternal cycle of loss and yearning, and we were just two lost souls searching for a way home. The storm cracked the sky wide open, lightning a jagged wound across the darkness, illuminating the ancient Apennines like the spine of a colossal beast awakening from slumber. I stood there, heart pounding, breath hitching in my throat, the air thick with tension and the scent of impending rain, a scent that clung to my skin, heavy and electric. I could hear her voice, a whisper carried by the wind, but the words were lost in the howling gale. "Aurelia! My sister!" Her laughter had once echoed through these mountains, but now it felt like a ghost was mocking me. I remember how her eyes, bright as the stars we used to count, had danced with mischief as we chased each other through the labyrinth of trees. But that was before the night of the sacrifice, before the shadows descended and the land itself seemed to mourn. And then there was Marcus, ever the protector, stoic yet tormented. His hands trembled as he gripped an iron dagger, its surface glinted like a promise unkept. I could see the conflict etched on his face, the desperate need to shield us from the darkness that had seeped into our lives, pulling us into an abyss we could hardly fathom. He had once sworn an oath to the gods, to keep the sacredness of this land, yet here we were, desecrating our own history, our blood tied to the very soil we tread. The thunder roared overhead, and I could feel the earth beneath me pulse with ancient power, reminding me that the Apennines were not just mountains, they were the bones of forgotten deities, the remnants of a world where every rock and stream was alive, breathing. I remember when I learned of the myths, tales of gods who roamed the hills, of rituals woven into the fabric of our lives. But those stories had become a cruel joke, a whisper of irony as we stood on the brink of ruin. "Do you hear that?" Marcus's voice broke through my reverie, thick with dread. "They're coming." I turned, the air thickening with a tension that squeezed my chest. Shadows flickered in the distance, figures moving with a purpose that sent chills spiraling down my spine. They were the harbingers of our sins, specters called forth by our folly, their chants echoing with the weight of centuries. I remember the stories of the ancient rites, of the blood offerings laid upon the altars, and how the Apennines cradled those secrets, whispering them to the wind. Aurelia had always been reckless, her laughter a siren's call, and now she stood at the precipice of ceremony, an unwilling participant in a dance of despair. "We must go. They'll take you. They'll take both of us," I screamed, my voice swallowed by the fury above us. But she shook her head, a deliberate defiance that cut through my heart like a dagger. "I cannot leave them, Gaia. They need me. I need to understand." The fervor in her eyes mirrored the storm, wild and untamed, as if she believed she could soothe the wrath of the gods. My chest tightened. I could feel the weight of her decision, the undercurrent of her fear, and yet, beneath it all, a flicker of hope that maybe, just maybe, she could bridge the chasm between our world and the divine. But hope was a fragile thing, like a candle flickering in the wind. "Aurelia, please," I begged, stepping toward her, the distance between us a chasm filled with uncertainty. Then, the shadows surged forward. They coalesced into figures clad in ragged robes, faces obscured, each movement deliberate, mesmerizing. They encircled us, their chants rising in a haunting crescendo, the air thick with an electric charge. I felt the surge of ancient energy, primal and intoxicating, soaking into my skin, urging me to succumb to the chaos. "This is sacred ground," Marcus shouted, brandishing the dagger, desperation dripping from his words. "You will not take her." But they were not listening, their voices rising like a tempest, drowning out our pleas. I remember the moment the first figure reached for Aurelia, fingers like talons, grasping for the light that still flickered within her. With a primal scream, I lunged forward, the dagger slipping from Marcus's grasp as I felt the weight of the world crash upon my shoulders. Aurelia stumbled back, eyes wide with realization, and in that moment, everything hung in the balance, the fragile thread of fate woven by our choices, our fears, and our love. I could see her wavering, the tether that held her between worlds straining against the pull of the dark. "Gaia," she cried, her voice a haunting echo, but the shadows were relentless, pulling her closer into their fold. I grasped her wrist, feeling the warmth of her skin against the cold fingers of impending doom. It was a moment suspended in time, echoed by the rumbling clouds above, and I felt my heart break as I saw the uncertainty in her eyes, the struggle between duty and desire, the sacred and the profane. "Fight it! Please!" I screamed, pulling her back with every ounce of strength I possessed. The storm answered with a deafening roar, as if the mountains themselves were mourning the loss of what was to come. And then, like a whisper from the depths of the earth, the figures paused, their chants faltering, the shadows flickering with hesitation. Within that heartbeat, I caught a glimpse of something beyond fear, an ancient truth, a promise buried deep within the Apennines, resonating with the pulse of the land. The sacredness of this place, the weight of our choices, hung heavy in the air. But the moment shattered like glass, the tension snapping back violently. I could feel the ground tremble, a rumble deep within the earth, as if the mountains were awakening to reclaim what belonged to them. And as the storm raged, I realized we were not just fighting for Aurelia, not merely against the shadows that sought to drag her away, we were wrestling for our very souls, for the essence of who we were. The thunder cracked again, and in that blinding flash, I saw it, the truth we were all too afraid to confront. The Apennines were sacred, yes, but they were also merciless, a reminder that the weight of our actions could not simply be waved away. They stood as a testament to our existence, echoing the stories of our ancestors, the lives entwined in this land. The darkness surged again, a tide pulling us apart, and I felt the space between us widening, the air thickening with the weight of inevitability. And as I clung to her, the storm enveloped us, a swirling maelstrom of chaos and despair, promising that the battle was far from over. But we were bound by blood and by choice, standing together on this sacred ground, on the knife's edge of destiny, as the mountains roared their ancient fury and whispered our names into the void. In the shivering embrace of twilight, the sacred mountain loomed like a primordial giant, its jagged peaks clawing at the bruised sky. Shadows danced upon its rocky slopes, teasing with whispers of ancient secrets. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and the distant call of a lone wolf, a haunting melody that echoed the fear trembling in my chest. I stood at the foot of those sacred heights, heart pounding like a war drum, knowing that tonight would unravel not just the fabric of our world, but the very threads of my own existence. I remember when we were children, my brother and I, chasing dreams under the watchful eyes of the stars. How those stars flickered with laughter, how they seemed to promise us more than just the mundane whispers of the village. "Do you think the mountain knows our names?" he had asked, his voice filled with innocent wonder. But now, as I clutched the talisman my mother had gifted me, a small piece of polished stone, heavy with the weight of her fears, I felt it pulse, a heartbeat of its own, thrumming against my palm. Misha, my brother, had been lost to the mountain 2 full moons ago, swallowed whole by its dark enchantments. The villagers said he had been drawn by the siren song of the spirits that dwelled within its mist-shrouded heights, that their laughter had called out to him in the dead of night. But I knew better. I knew the mountain was not a sanctuary, it was a predator, waiting. My heart ached, the memory of his laughter a ghost that haunted me as fiercely as the chill of the descending night. "Stay close," I whispered, though I was alone. The cracked earth beneath my feet seemed to echo my resolve, each step a defiance against the overwhelming dread. The branches of the ancient trees reached out like skeletal fingers, brushing against my skin, pricking my senses. I felt their eyes upon me, each thorny whisper a warning, a reminder that the mountain offered no mercy. Then there was Lena, a fierce spirit wrapped in delicate strength, her eyes reflecting the chaos of the cosmos. The mountain had claimed her brother as well, and we were bound now, 2 souls tangled in grief. I had seen her rage, her refusal to accept the losses that had been thrust upon us. "We will bring them back," she had declared, her voice a battle cry, one that cut through the fog of despair. But how could we defy the dark? How could we challenge the very fabric of fate? I remembered her face, a tapestry of determination and fear, as we stood together at the edge of the forest, our breaths mingling under the whispered secrets of the night. As I climbed higher, the air grew thin, each breath a labor, each heartbeat a reminder of the stakes. The mountain was alive, a living creature breathing through rock and stream, and I could feel its pulse synchronizing with mine, feeding off my desperation. I stumbled over stones slick with moss, my talisman thrumming more insistently, as if warning me of the shadows closing in. And then, in the inky darkness, I heard it, a voice, soft and melodic, weaving through the trees like smoke. "Come, sister, come play with us." It was Misha's voice, tinged with laughter and sweetness, just as I remembered. I froze, the sound pulling me like a moth to a flame, the promise of reunion glistening like sharp glass against the dull ache of sorrow. "Misha?" I choked, my heart dancing dangerously close to hope. "Is that you?" But the laughter faded, replaced by a haunting silence, a gentle reminder that hope could be a treacherous companion. Lena fell in step beside me, her presence a grounding force. "They are not what they seem," she said, her voice trembling but fierce. "The spirits twist the truth until it's unrecognizable." I looked into her eyes, searching for a flicker of reassurance, but all I saw was a storm. In that moment, I felt the weight of our shared grief, the ghosts of our lost brothers binding us together in a fragile alliance. The path narrowed, the mountains breath-heavy and oppressive around us. "Do you remember the tales?" I asked, voice trembling, my thoughts slipping between memory and reality. "The sacred mountain devours the souls of those who dare to challenge it." Lena nodded, her face pale under the silver light of the moon. "We must tread carefully. The mountain is a maze, and the spirits will toy with us." Ahead, a flicker of light drew my gaze, a fire burning at the summit, its yellow glow flickering like a heartbeat, summoning me towards it. "Do you see that?" I whispered, compelled to move forward, even as dread wrapped its fingers around my throat. The warmth was inviting, a siren's call that beckoned with promises of answers, perhaps even a way to reclaim what we had lost. But as we pushed onward, the shadows deepened, warping the space around us. The whispers grew louder, taunting and sweet, entwining with the rustling leaves. "Misha, come home," they echoed my brother's name, a cruel reminder that he was lost to the mountain's embrace. Suddenly, the ground beneath us trembled, a low rumble that vibrated through our bones. "Run!" Lena screamed, her voice piercing the thick veil of darkness. We stumbled backward, breathless, as the mountain responded with a roar, the trees groaning in protest. Our world was shifting, folding into itself, and all I could think of was how the weight of the past threatened to crush us beneath its fury. "Together!" I shouted, grasping Lena's hand tight, desperation fueling each step as we fled, hearts racing like wild hares, the mountain secrets crashing around us like waves against a cliff. The flame above still flickered, a beacon of hope, or perhaps a trap. But we would not falter, we would not be consumed. And then I heard it again, a soft voice, layered with grief and longing. "Sister, don't you want to play?" My heart seized in my chest, a jagged shard of fear slicing through me. Was it Misha? Was he a ghost now, a fragment of what once was? No. The mountain was a thief, a deceiver. I could feel it pulling at the seams of my reality, unraveling my thoughts into a chaotic dance of memory and dream. "We will find them," I whispered, an ember of conviction igniting within me. And as we raced toward that flickering light, I felt the mountain's breath on my neck, cold and relentless, a reminder that it would stop at nothing to keep its secrets buried, a sacred silence, an eternal night. The mountain loomed ever closer now, its shadows stretching out like dark fingers, reaching for us, for our souls. The pulse of the earth thudded beneath my feet, the world itself seeming to hold its breath, caught in the web of our desperate journey. I thought of Misha, of Lena, of the lives intertwined with the sacred, the lost, and the found. Time was slipping through my fingers like sand, but I would not yield. Even if I had to face the mountain's wrath, I would chase the light, for the flame of hope flickered still, guiding us onward into the heart of the darkness. The wind howled, a banshee's wail swirling around the craggy peaks of the Pillars of Hercules. I stood there, heart racing, as the shadows of the mountains loomed like ancient sentinels, whispering secrets older than time itself. The air was thick with salt and something darker, fear perhaps, or the weight of unfulfilled dreams. I could taste the tension, metallic and bitter, in the back of my throat. In that moment, I wasn't just a witness to history, I was part of it. Where was Isabella? My heart quickened with every thought of her, brave, wild, my compass in this storm. I remembered her laughter, a sound like chimes on a windless night, as she had stood beside me, daring the mountains to move. But now, she was lost somewhere in that dark embrace, swallowed by the very shadows that dared to touch the sun. The last time I saw her, her eyes had glimmered with a reckless fire, a spark that ignited the very air around us. "We'll carve our names into the cliffs," she had said, her voice fierce with conviction. And now I was left with nothing but echoes and the eerie silence of her absence. Then there was Marcus, my brother, my anchor, my tormentor. He had always been the brave one, the one who charged into danger with a foolhardy grin. But what was bravery when it was laced with desperation? I saw him now, pacing a narrow ledge, his jaw clenched, eyes darting between the craggy terrain and the endless sea. "We have to go on," he shouted against the wind, but his voice cracked, revealing the fear that lay beneath his bravado. I wanted to scream at him to stop, to halt the reckless momentum that had driven us to this precipice. I remember when we were boys, I shouted back, the words tumbling out like stones. When the biggest threat was the tide stealing our boats. Now look! Look at what we've become. The mountains seemed to resonate with my pain, their rocky surfaces glinting like broken glass under the sky's bruised hues. Memories washed over me like waves crashing against the shore, each one a reminder of the innocence we lost. Those sun-soaked days filled with laughter, the promise of adventure, seemed like the fleeting dreams of another lifetime. We were being hunted. A band of mercenaries, their eyes cold and hungry, had caught our scent. They knew the mountains better than we did, their home turf, and they thrived in the shadows we feared. I could almost see them lurking, their breath mingling with the wind, drawing closer. I tightened my grip on the dagger at my waist, its hilt slick with sweat. It was a poor weapon against the tide of fate that swirled around us, and I knew it. I could feel the weight of my cowardice pressing down on my chest. What good was a blade when it couldn't sever the ties that bound my heart? "Isabella!" I screamed into the void, the name tearing from my lips like a sacrificial offering. The mountains seemed to shudder in reply, a rumble that echoed deep within their granite bones. My call hung in the air, and I realized, perhaps too late, that I was not just calling for her, I was begging the universe to respond. To give me a sign, anything, to cut through the darkness. The shadows danced, playing tricks on my mind. Was that her silhouette, flickering at the edge of my vision? I stepped forward, heart pounding, but it was just the wind, weaving its twisted tails. Focus, Marcus urged, his voice barely above a whisper, as if the mountains could hear him too. We have to move. If we stay here, we're finished. Finished. The word slithered into my mind, wrapping around my thoughts like a vice. I thought of Isabella's smile, how it could light up the darkest corners of my soul, and I wondered if I would ever see it again. The world felt like a clock winding down, the seconds slipping through my fingers like sand. I remembered the stories of Hercules, how he faced trials that would break lesser men. But here I was, frozen in fear, paralyzed by the weight of my own insecurities. Come on, Marcus urged, dragging me from my reverie. We can't let them take her. His determination was a thin thread, fraying at the edges, but it pulled me closer to the precipice of action. We advanced, our breath synchronizing, a ragged rhythm against the relentless wind. Each step felt monumental, each heartbeat echoed like thunder in my ears. The mountains towered above us, watching, judging, as if the very gods were deciding our fate. A shriek split the air, a sound that clawed at my insides and stole my breath. Isabella! My heart raced as the cry echoed off the stone, ricocheting through my mind. I could feel it in my bones, she was here, somewhere among these eerie giants, and I wouldn't let her slip away. We rounded a bend, and there she was, a figure silhouetted against the fading light. But before the relief could settle, the ground trembled. The mountains, those ancient arbiters of destiny, seemed to shake in anger or perhaps in warning. Run! I shouted, thrusting myself toward her, but the very earth beneath us split. In that moment, time fractured. Memories bled together, our childhood, her laughter, the way the sun set against the horizon like a lover's kiss. I lunged forward, grasping at shadows as the world twisted and turned, despair clawing at my throat. Isabella! I cried again, and for a fleeting moment, I felt the universe pause, teeter on the brink of something immense. The mountains loomed, indifferent to our plight, and I realized then that they were not just ancient structures of stone, they were our fears, our heartbreaks, our desires, each peak a poignant reminder of what we fought against and what we stood to lose. As the darkness closed in, I felt the weight of despair and hope collide within me, a chaotic storm. Time was a cruel, mocking spectre, and I could only move forward, step by agonizing step, as if the mountains themselves breathed with us, each breath a testament to our struggle. We were lost, but not yet defeated. The story was still being written, an unfinished epic among the pillars of Hercules, where shadows danced and hearts raced, entwining us in a tapestry woven from desperation and fierce love. The ground trembles beneath my feet, a warning that shakes my very bones. A low rumble, like the growl of a waking beast, vibrates through the air, sending shivers down my spine. I can hear the whispers in the wind, tales of olden days when Mount Hecla erupted with fury, swallowing entire villages whole, leaving only shadows in its wake. I stand there, breathless, on the precipice of something primal, something vast. The sky is awash in hues of grey and ash, a canvas smeared by the fingers of a god gone mad. Around me, two figures stand, each a reflection of my own inner turmoil. There's Lara, her eyes a tempest, haunted yet fierce. She's come to confront the mountain not just as a geological wonder, but as a symbol of her unyielding grief. Her brother, Magnus, lost to the ash and fire that once erupted from this sacred volcano, lies buried beneath layers of earth. Under the haunting cloak of Hecla, every dream she had for him has dissolved, leaving only a hollow ache. The mountain is a wound that refuses to heal. I remember the day he left, Lara whispers, her voice barely above the wind's roar. The last time I saw him, he was laughing, a wild summer's day, like the world could never end. Now he is just gone. Each word is a dagger, piercing through the stillness, and in that moment, a shadow flits across my mind, a memory of my own loss, one that mirrors hers. I can't afford to falter, not when the mountain looms behind me like a spectre, a reminder of everything we've buried, everything we've lost. Then there's John, the skeptic among us, standing with arms crossed, a fortress of disbelief. His brow is furrowed, eyes scanning the horizon as if searching for answers in the chaos above. He speaks of science, of geology, as if the heart can be measured like the layers of rock beneath our feet. This place isn't sacred, Lara, he insists, his voice laced with frustration. It's just a volcano, it's heat and stone, nothing more. You cling to this myth as if it can bring him back. But where is the truth in his cold reasoning? I can feel the heat radiating from Hekla, a pulse beneath the surface, as if the mountain itself is breathing, alive with ancient power. There's beauty in its savagery, a sacredness that transcends the mundane. I want to scream at John, to make him feel the weight of our grief, to unravel the layers that shield him from emotion. His heart is a fortress, and I wonder if he knows how lonely it can be inside those walls. The wind picks up, howling through the valleys, carrying with it the echoes of those long departed. I close my eyes, and for a moment, I can almost hear them, the laughter, the cries, the stories of lives intertwined with the very essence of this land. Memories rush in, a floodgate unhinged, swirling around us like ghosts in the fog. I remember, I say, the words spilling forth like molten lava from Hekla's core. I remember the night we sat around the fire, telling stories of the old gods. I remember how we believed they could hear us. Maybe they still do. Lara turns, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Do you think they're listening? Do you think they can bring him back? For a heartbeat, I hesitate, the weight of her question an anchor that threatens to drag us into the depths of despair. But I see in her eyes a flicker of hope, a fragile flame fighting to survive against the tempest. Maybe they can, I reply, my voice steadier than I feel. Or maybe they're waiting for us to honor him, to remember his laughter, his spirit. Maybe we need to take this pain and transform it into something sacred. John shakes his head, disbelief etched across his features. You're romanticizing it. This is not about beliefs, it's about acceptance. We have to move on, not cling to the ashes of the past. His words hang heavy, a leaden weight in the air. But within Lara, I see the stirrings of defiance. She steps closer to the mountain, her silhouette sharp against the turbulent sky. I refuse to let him be forgotten. Not today. With sudden conviction, she kneels, her fingers grazing the earth, tracing the lines of history embedded in the volcanic soil. I feel the tension crackle in the air, a raw electric charge. This moment is alive with possibility, a potential shift in the very fabric of our grief. As she calls out her brother's name, it reverberates, a haunting melody echoing through the valleys, summoning memories long buried beneath layers of ash. I look to John, who stands frozen, torn between the comfort of skepticism and the raw ache of vulnerability. The mountain looms larger, a living entity, and as Lara's voice rises, I sense Hekla responding, a deep rumble, a shudder that seems to shake the heavens and earth alike. In this crucible of emotion, I realize we are not just three souls on a mountain, we are the sum of our histories, our losses, our hopes. We are woven into the fabric of this land, and perhaps, just perhaps, the volcano is sacred because it carries our scars, our memories, our unyielding love. The wind howls, but I do not shy away. I stand tall, anchored by the intensity of this moment. I remember the laughter, the tears, the stories that bind us. Each heartbeat echoes with the promise of remembrance, and as Lara weeps for her brother, I feel the dampness on my own cheeks, a release of all that has been trapped within. Then, like a moth drawn to the flame, I move closer to Hekla, its spirit rising, intertwining with ours. The air grows thick with unspoken words and unresolved emotions, a communion of souls that go beyond the realm of the living. In this sacred space, I know we will never be the same, nor will our grief. Each breath we take is a tribute, a testament to the power of love against the relentless silence of loss. And as the mountain looms, intimidating yet majestic, we stand united, an inseparable trio against the backdrop of eternity, as the echoes of the past whisper, calling us to remember, to feel, to honor. And the volcano, with its ominous presence, begins to rumble once more, foretelling of what is yet to come. The air is thick, heavy as a shroud, clinging to the skin like a dark secret. Shadows twist in the twilight, flickering at the edges of the crumbling village. I remember the chill that night, a clawing cold that wedged itself into the marrow of my bones. It wasn't just the mountain breeze blowing down from the mountains of the moon, no. It was something darker, something ancient that stirred the very fabric of the earth beneath my feet. I stood at the edge, breath shallow, heart pounding, feeling the weight of unseen eyes watching from the impenetrable veil of night. Keela was beside me, her face pale against the backdrop of the encroaching shadows. She had always been the brave one, the one who laughed in the face of the unknown, yet that night her laughter had turned to whispers, as fragile as the gossamer thread of a spider's web. "Do you hear them?" she asked, her voice barely a breath, pulled tight like a bowstring. "The spirits? They are restless." I wanted to believe it was just the wind, a playful trickster rustling the leaves. But deep down, fear gnawed at my insides. The mountains of the moon loomed before us, their peaks shrouded in a mist that felt almost alive. They were more than mere geography, they were legends carved in stone, a realm of gods and shadows where the boundary between myth and reality blurred. I could feel the pulse of the mountains, thumping like a drum in my chest, echoing the ancestral tales whispered around dying fires. Yusuf stumbled into view, his face twisted in anguish. He was our childhood friend, the dreamer who had always sketched stars on scraps of parchment, visions of worlds beyond our reach. But tonight, the stars in his eyes flickered like dying embers. "They've taken him," he cried, voice cracking. "Abasi! He's gone!" A sickening twist in my gut. Abasi, the bright spirit, the one who danced through life like a flame. Now snuffed out in the clutches of the mountain's dark embrace. I saw it in Yusuf's eyes, the guilt, the helpless ache. "We should have stopped him," he whispered, as if the mountains themselves could hear our regrets, our cowardice. Keela's breath quickened, laced with desperation. "We can't let him be swallowed whole by the night. We have to go in." The mountains loomed larger, their jagged edges clawing at the sky, a fortress of shadows. I could almost hear their whispers, ancient stories curling around my mind like smoke. "What if we don't come back?" I felt the tremor in my voice, the thin veneer of courage cracking under the weight of my fear. Yusuf stepped forward, jaw clenched, eyes blazing with a fire I hadn't seen in years. "We can't stay here. If we don't try, we've already lost." His words were barbed arrows, cutting through the haze of panic that threatened to consume me. I remember the decision crystallizing in that moment, an impossible choice wrapped in layers of hope and dread. We would follow the echoes, chase the ghosts that danced between the trees. Against the mountain's unyielding silhouette, we were nothing but fleeting shadows. As we ascended, the landscape transformed, the air thickening with an electric charge. I felt the weight of history pressing down on us, 1,000 ancestors watching, waiting, urging us forward. The path was treacherous, roots grasping at our ankles like the fingers of the past trying to pull us back into darkness. I stumbled, my heart racing, terror mingling with the thrill of the unknown. Each step was a gamble, each breath tasted of ancient secrets. "Do you think he's afraid?" I asked, knowing the answer but needing to hear it aloud. Keela's gaze pierced through the darkness, her resolve unwavering. "He's never been a coward. Abasi is brave, like the mountains themselves." But I could feel the weight of the night closing in, a palpable fear that seeped into my bones. We were intruders here, walking the paths of forgotten spirits. The air crackled with tension, an electrifying pulse that surged between us. I kept glancing back, half expecting to find shadows flickering at our heels, but it was always just the wind, whispering secrets I longed to understand. There, in the heart of the mountains, the world stood still. Time fractured, memories colliding like waves crashing against the shores of our minds. I recalled the stories, tales spun by elders, of lovers lost to the peaks, of warriors who faced the darkness and emerged transformed, yet always haunted. "Abasi!" I shouted, my voice a thread tugging at the fabric of the night, frayed and desperate. No answer came, only the rustle of leaves like a soft lament. And then, a flicker. An outline deeper than the shadows, moving against the stone. My breath caught, heart racing with hope and dread. Keela took a step forward, hand outstretched, eyes wide as she whispered, "Is it him?" The figure turned, but it wasn't Abasi. Dark eyes glinted, hollow yet deep, a void that seemed to swallow the light around it. "You dare disturb the silence." The voice was a low rumble, like thunder rolling through the valleys. I felt a shiver crawl up my spine, the weight of ages pressing down on us. Yusuf's voice trembled, "We're looking for a Barsi. He's lost." The figure leaned closer, and I felt the cold breath of eternity wrap around me. All who enter seek something, yet few return unscathed. The air thickened, and I could barely breathe. This was no mere spirit, this was the mountain itself, a guardian of secrets that could fracture the very soul. I realized then, the mountains were not just a backdrop, they were alive, a mythos wrapped in stone, a living testament to fear and desire, joy and sorrow. They held our history, our stories, our nightmares. As I stood frozen, I understood that we were not just searching for a Barsi. We were seeking ourselves, confronting the shadows we could no longer run from. Keela's grip tightened on my arm, grounding me against the storm brewing inside. "We'll find him," she whispered fiercely. I wanted to believe her, to cling to that fragile thread of hope, but the mountains loomed larger, shadows stretching like dark fingers reaching for our hearts. In that moment, I remembered the stories of love woven into the fabric of memory, of dreams that echoed like the pulse of the stars. I remembered the legends that whispered of bravery, of sacrifice, of facing the abyss and emerging whole. And as the darkness closed in, I sensed the fight within us, the fire that burned against the encroaching void. Together, we would confront whatever haunted these peaks, whatever darkness had consumed a Barsi. We were linked, hearts racing, breath mingling with fear and hope, ready to plunge into the depths of the unknown, deeper into the mountains of our own making. The night sighed, and with it, the air thickened with the promise of destiny. The jagged outline of the Karakoram looms against the bruised sky, a sentient titan, its peaks severing the heavens. Wind whistles through the valleys, a haunting lullaby, as if the mountains themselves are whispering ancient secrets, begging to be heard. I stand at the precipice, a mere speck in the overwhelming majesty, my heart thrumming, matching the pulse of the earth beneath my feet. It's cold here, biting, but the chill runs deeper than skin, it wraps around my bones, squeezing the breath from my lungs. I remember the stories, how the mountains were once gods among men, revered in hushed tones, their frost-bitten fingers caressing the souls of those who dared to walk too close. Amidst the swirling mist, there's Zahir, his face etched with shadows and regret, a storm brewing behind his eyes. He clutches a rusted compass, its needle spinning wildly, never finding true north. He was once the bravest among us, a warrior forged in the fires of youth, but now, haunted. "I remember," he murmurs, voice trembling, "the night we lost everything. The night the mountains turned against us." I see the ghosts flicker in his gaze, the lives snuffed out like candles, their embers still smoldering in his heart. Then there's Amina, the dreamer, her spirit wrapped in a tapestry of hope and despair. She stands at the edge, arms outstretched, embracing the icy breath of the peaks. "I can feel them," she whispers, a tremor of awe in her voice. "The spirits of our ancestors, they linger here." But in her eyes, I see a flicker of doubt, a flicker of fear. What if the legends were wrong? What if the mountains weren't protectors but prowlers, waiting to claim their next offering? She is torn, a thread unraveled, caught between belief and the crushing weight of reality. The air thickens, a tension that crackles like static before a storm. Shadows lengthen, creeping closer, as if the mountains are closing in, intruding on our fragile sanctuary. I feel it too, a sense of impending doom, a gnawing fear that threatens to consume us. "It's wrong, Zahir," I say, my voice barely above a whisper, "we shouldn't be here." But the words hang in the air, heavy and unyielding. He clenches the compass tighter, knuckles white, his jaw set. "And yet, here we are," he replies, a challenge laced with bitterness. I remember the stories my grandmother told me, tales woven with threads of moonlight and blood. The Karakoram, she said, was alive, a breathing entity, a keeper of memories, both glorious and tragic. The peaks were sacred, but they demanded respect, a toll that could shatter lives. And now, as I stand amidst the echoes of the past, I wonder if we were fools to think we could conquer them. Amina's face glows in the dim light, her eyes reflecting the spectral beauty of the mountains. They say the highest peak, K2, is a gateway, she breathes, a bridge between our world and the next. And in that moment, the ground trembles, just a whisper at first, before a low growl rises, shaking the very core of our being. The mountains are listening. I feel the weight of their gaze, an ancient judgment descending upon us. Do you hear that? Zahir's voice quivers, a fragile thread of sanity unraveling. It's the souls, the ones we lost. His breath escapes in a rush, a painful reminder of the lives that intertwined with our own. I close my eyes, letting the memories flood in. Faces, laughter, warmth, all swallowed by the void. My heart wrenches at their absence. They're angry, I murmur, the realization settling in like lead in my stomach. No, Amina insists, stepping closer to him, her voice a fierce flame against the encroaching dark. They want to guide us, to show us the way back. But I see the uncertainty flicker in her gaze, the gnawing fear that we might be too late. The mountains themselves seem to whisper warnings, shadows pooling like ink, threatening to drown us. The wind howls, a banshee wail that slices through the night, bringing with it a haunting chorus of voices. Help us, they cry, and I feel the weight of their desperation. Help us find peace. I shiver, the air thick with unspoken grief. We're just mortals, I choke out, the enormity of it all crashing over me like a tidal wave. What can we do? But the mountains demand an answer, a reckoning. As we stand frozen, the earth shakes beneath us, a reminder of nature's indomitable force. We must honor them, Zahir says, voice steady. We must bring them what they seek. Amina nods, a fierce light igniting in her eyes. Then we'll bring them offerings, she declares, her spirit rekindled. We'll honor their memory. But are we ready for what lies ahead? I glance at Zahir, an unspoken bond of fear binding us. We are mere travelers in this sacred realm, fragile against the backdrop of eternity. The mountains loom above, their silhouette stark against the darkening sky, a reminder of the lives entwined within their icy grasp. I remember the night we made our pact, the weight of it pressing against our hearts. Together, we would confront our fears, face the shadows that danced in our minds. But here, amidst the sacred peaks, that pact feels heavier, the consequences more dire. The winds shift, swirling around us, and I can see Amina's determination solidifying, her spirit aflame. If we are to transcend this moment, we must do it together. For the lost, I whisper, as a chill wraps around me, our promise, a plea. And as the darkness deepens, I know that we are standing on the precipice of something ancient, something profound, and wholly terrifying. The mountains watch, waiting to see if we will rise or fall. The air was thick with the scent of lightning, charged and hungry, crackling above the mountains. I stood there, heart pounding like a war drum, as shadows danced against the jagged peaks of the Andes. The clouds roared, angry titans, clutching secrets in their bellies. Somewhere beyond the horizon, the land held its breath, waiting for the storm to break, for the myths that lay buried in the earth to awaken. I remember Maria's voice cutting through the thunder, a whisper that crackled like a flame. They say the mountains remember, she said, her dark eyes glistening with fear and defiance. They say the spirits still walk among us. I looked at her, gauging the tremor in her words, torn between belief and disbelief. My childhood had been steeped in these tales, it was as if every rock and river had a story to tell. But now, standing at the precipice of the storm, those stories felt alive, breathing, clawing at the edges of reason. Then there was Javier, his face lit by the flickering light of a dying campfire. He was a skeptic, the kind who scoffed at the old legends, yet there was a tightness around his mouth that betrayed his bravado. Myths are for the weak, he often said, but tonight, fear twisted his bravado into something almost unrecognizable. I could see it in the way he clenched his fists, the way he stared into the abyss of the mountains, as if they were calling his name, beckoning him toward an inescapable fate. The storm unleashed its fury, and with it came a cacophony of distant wails, ghostly echoes of the past that seemed to bleed into the present. I felt the chill creep up my spine, as if the Andes themselves were mocking us, three souls caught in a web spun from time and myth. We were all flawed, lost in our own turmoil, haunted by the ghosts of our choices. Maria was searching for her sister, a girl swallowed whole by the mountains, lost to the shadows. The pain etched on her face was a tapestry of hope and despair, threads woven with memories that clawed at her heart. "I can feel her," she whispered, more to herself than to us. "She's out there, somewhere." Her voice trembled, and I wanted to reach out, to tell her that everything would be okay, but the storm raged on, laughter mingling with anguish, drowning my words in the chaos. Javier stood a few paces away, hands shoved deep into his pockets, his eyes darting toward the darkness as if he could somehow outrun the past. "You can't really believe in that nonsense, Maria," he said, but his voice faltered, revealing a crack in his armor. The mountain's weight seemed to press upon him, a reminder of the ghosts lurking in his own life, the father he abandoned, the love he lost. Doubt gnawed at him like a hungry wolf, and I saw the realization dawn in his eyes: the Andes did remember. They held the weight of our stories, stitched together like a blanket of despair. Then came a crescendo, a terrible roar that echoed through the valleys, a thunderous crack, followed by a cascade of rocks tumbling into the abyss. It was as if the mountain itself released a lament, one that reverberated in our bones. I stumbled back, nerves frayed, breath hitching in my throat. The notion that the earth could cry out, that it could reflect our pain, sent shivers coursing through me. The legends whispered of ancient rituals, of sacrifices made to appease the gods of the Andes, but now, they felt all too real, too close for comfort. Maria's hand found mine, squeezing tightly, anchoring me to the moment. "We can't let fear win," she said, her voice fierce, even as the storm surged around us. "If we don't confront what's out there, we lose everything." And I realized, this was a battle, not just against the elements, but against the very myths that had burdened our souls. We were meant to confront the stories that had shaped us, the fears that tethered us to the past like chains. As the wind howled, lashing against our faces like 100 icy fingers, I felt the tension swell, a crescendo of emotion, an eruption waiting to explode. I closed my eyes, letting the storm wash over me, a baptism in chaos. I remembered the tales of the ancient Inca, their gods watching from the mountaintops, waiting for a sign. Were we the sign? Could we change the narrative that had seeped into our bones, into the land itself? And as if summoned by our collective fears, the shadows deepened, and I swore I saw figures flitting between the trees, elusive, haunting, memories manifested. I wanted to run, to flee from the darkness, but Maria stood resolute, her gaze fixed upon the mountains, a beacon of resolve. Javier's bravado cracked further, despair clawing at his throat, while I stood in the middle, torn between the two, one searching for salvation, the other for escape. In that moment, I understood, we were all searching for answers, for closure, for a way to reclaim what had been lost to us. The myths surrounding the Andes were not just stories, they were reflections of our fears, our heartbreaks, our joys. They were the echoes of our lives, resonating in the very fabric of the universe. And as I looked out at the storm, I felt the weight of time pressing down, the cosmos swirling in a dance of chaos and beauty. I saw the mountains not just as ancient giants, but as witnesses to our pain and our triumphs, the keepers of our souls. In the intensity of the storm, we stood on the brink, not just of the physical world, but of our own unraveling selves. The thunder roared again, and in its wake, silence fell like a shroud. We were left trembling on the precipice, hearts racing, souls intertwined with the legends that surrounded us. The Andes had awakened, and we were no longer just spectators, we were part of the myth, entwined in the story that would continue long after we were gone. The storm raged on, but amid the chaos, we found a flickering light, a promise that perhaps, just perhaps, we could change the narrative. Time suspended, breath held tight, we stood, ready to face whatever came next. The wind howled through the jagged peaks, echoing the cries of lost souls, each gust a lamentation, a reminder of all that had been forgotten. Luff stood at the precipice, the ancient stones of the hillfort beneath his feet whispering tales of valor and betrayal, reverberating with the heartbeat of a world long gone. He could almost see them, shadows of warriors, their faces weathered and fierce, etched into the very stone. It felt like a curse, this heavy knowledge pressing against his chest, a relentless ache that begged for release. I remember the screams, he muttered, his voice barely cutting through the relentless wind. The screams of the ones who thought they were invincible. Beside him, Era shivered, She had always been a flame, fierce and untamed, with a spirit that dared to dance among the shadows. Yet tonight, as the moon hung like a ghostly eye over the craggy landscape, she felt small, an ember lost in the vastness of the night. "The tales say the stones protect us," she whispered, though her eyes betrayed her, darting to the darkened forest that enveloped them. But what if the stories are wrong? A shiver raced down her spine, a cold finger tracing the outline of her fear. Era had always been drawn to the tales of old, the ones that wrapped their tendrils around her heart and squeezed until she could barely breathe. What if the stones are just graves, she mused, her voice trembling with the weight of her thoughts. Graves for those who never escaped. Luff felt her uncertainty like a pulse, a heartbeat entwined with his own. "We're not them," he replied, but even he felt the tremor of doubt. He was the protector, the warrior, the one who should stand resolute against the gathering darkness. Yet here he was, floundering in the depths of his own fear, sweating in the chill of the night. The air bristled, thick with an electric tension. A flicker in the corner of his eye, or was it the trees? Or something darker? "Did you hear that?" Luffer's voice cracked, betraying the very conviction he tried to maintain. "Only the wind," Era said, yet it felt like an apology. Their third companion, Bran, stood a little apart, a brooding silhouette against the vastness of the sky. With an air of disregard for the creeping shadows, he carved patterns in the dirt with the tip of his boot. "If you spend your life fearing ghosts, you'll never truly live," he declared, but the bravado fell flat, like a stone tossed into a still pond. It rippled outward but never truly broke the surface. "Just because you don't believe doesn't mean they don't exist," Luff challenged, a spark igniting within him. The memory of his mother's stories, of her fierce warnings about the spirits that haunted these hills, wrapped around his heart like an iron grip. He could almost hear her voice, echoing through time. "The stones watch. The stones remember." Era stepped closer, her warmth palpable against his side. "Then let them watch." A moment of silence clung to them, thick and suffocating. "Let them bear witness." But Bran laughed, a sound brittle as dry leaves, twisting through the night air. "You two are too caught up in stories," he scoffed. "This is the real world, not some fairy tale. The only spirits here are the ones that make you blind drunk and haunt you in your dreams." Luff wanted to retort, to defend the sacredness that lay beneath their feet, but the weight of Bran's cynicism stung. Instead, he turned his gaze to the horizon, where the last remnants of daylight bled into the night. "The real world holds more than you dare to see, Bran," he said softly, almost to himself. The moment hung there, suspended like a breath held too long. Shadows writhed at the edges of the dying light, and the air tasted of memories, bitter and sweet, like overripe fruit. In that suspended silence, they could almost hear the whispers of the ancient ones, calling them forth, drawing them into the depths of their own histories. Era's fingers brushed against Luffer's arm, grounding him. "What if we're not just here to uncover the past, but to confront our own?" Her voice cracked like thunder, raw and electric. "What if we're meant to face our fears, right here, right now?" And then, as if summoned by her words, the forest erupted into a cacophony of sound, a rush of wings, a snapping of branches. The shadows danced, swirling around them like a tempest, and the air thickened with a palpable tension that sent chills racing across their skin. Bran's bravado faltered. "What the hell was that?" he shouted, stepping back into the safety of the stones. They turned, breathless, hearts pounding like war drums. Luffer's hand instinctively reached for the hilt of his dagger, the cold steel grounding him amidst the chaos. The night was alive, pulsating with an energy that clawed at the edges of their sanity. "I remember a time," he gasped, "when home felt safe." A deep-seated fear twisted within him, gnawing at the edges of his resolve. What did it mean when the very earth beneath them trembled with the weight of forgotten tales? Era's eyes glimmered like stars caught in a web of uncertainty. "What if we're the last of our kind?" Her voice was barely a whisper, and yet it echoed louder than any scream. "What if we're meant to reignite the stories, or extinguish them for good?" He could not answer her. The air grew heavier, the shadows deeper, and even the stone seemed to lean in, eager to catch the next words that might fall. Each heartbeat stretched into eternity as they stood there, three souls bound by fate and fear, standing against the encroaching night. A crackle of thunder rolled in the distance, a reminder that storms were not only born of clouds but also from the depths of one's heart. The earth trembled again, and beneath them, the stones rumbled with a sound like a warning, a deep, resonant growl that echoed through time. And in that moment, they understood. It was not just the past that haunted them, but the possibility that their stories were only beginning. The mountain, ancient and wise, bore witness to their fears, their hopes, their unspoken truths. The wind howled louder, a testament to their struggle, a prelude to the revelations that lay ahead. They were not merely wanderers in an ancient land, they were the embodiment of every tale ever told, a patchwork of dreams and nightmares converging at the sacred peaks. Let them watch, Era breathed, her words a fierce declaration against the rising tide of darkness. And Luff and Bran stood with her, three flames flickering in the vastness, determined to face the shadows head-on. In the heart of the sacred mountains, as the night closed in, they readied themselves, their hearts racing in anticipation of what was to come. The stones listened, the wind whispered, and the dark embraced them, urging them forward into the unknown, where fear and bravery collided in a tempest of emotion. The mountains loomed, silent sentinels beneath a bruised sky, their jagged peaks clawing at the heavens. It was a twilight like no other, drenched in shadows that stretched long and twisted like ghosts. The air crackled with attention, an unspoken promise of something monumental, something terrifying that was about to unfold. I stood there, heart racing, breath shallow, as a low rumble echoed through the valley. It felt like the very earth was awakening, shaking off centuries of secrets buried in the stone. Eli, my brother, stood beside me, his eyes wide with a mix of wonder and dread. "Do you feel that?" he whispered, his voice barely piercing the heavy silence. He had always been the dreamer, the one who gazed at the stars and saw more than just pinpricks of light. He believed in the myths, the stories our grandmother told us, a sacred connection between these mountains and the cosmos, a link that transcended time, a pulse of energy that ran through the earth. "What if it's true?" he murmured, and I could see the flicker of hope in his eyes, battling the encroaching fear. I had never been one to indulge in fantasies. I was practical, grounded, so much so that it often felt like a weight pressing down on my chest. But as the mountains trembled, I felt my resolve waver. I remembered the stories, the legends of ancient rituals performed under the light of the crescent moon, of spirits that roamed these heights, guardians of the sacred. What if they were real? What if Eli was right? But then there was Myra, standing a few paces behind us, her arms crossed tightly over her chest. She was our anchor, our rock, yet right now she seemed adrift, a ship lost at sea. "We shouldn't be here," she said, her voice strained. Her fear was palpable, a living thing, wrapping around us, suffocating. "This is madness. We've heard the warnings." Eli's gaze flickered to her, frustration threading through his features. "Myra, this is our chance. We can understand, connect with something bigger than us." The intensity in his voice hung heavy in the air, mixing with the scent of damp earth and wildflowers. But Myra had always been the pragmatic one. She broke everything down, dissected it until it was nothing but a series of steps, a checklist. She wanted safety, a predictable outcome, while Eli chased the ethereal, the unknown. I felt torn, caught in the riptide of their opposing forces. I wanted to comfort Myra, to ground her fears, but I also wanted to soar with Eli, to touch the cosmos. My heart raced, throbbing along with the earth beneath our feet, an echo of the conflict brewing within me. I remembered the time we had spent atop these mountains as children, playing tag with the clouds, laughing as we imagined ourselves as celestial beings. Now, it felt like the mountains were not just a backdrop to our childhood dreams but a looming presence, demanding attention, whispering secrets only the brave dared to uncover. As the rumble intensified, it wasn't just the earth that shook, it was our very souls. I saw shadows flit across the craggy rocks, the dusk dancing with the light of 1,000 stars beginning to twinkle in protest. "Look!" Eli shouted, his eyes gleaming with fervor, pointing to the horizon where the sun's last ember hit the peaks, igniting them in golden fire. "They're alive! They're watching us!" Myra stepped closer, her breath hitching as a gust of wind swept through, chilling us to the bone. "This isn't what we came for," she said, her voice a shaky whisper. But deep in her eyes, I detected something else, an inkling of curiosity mixed with fear, a desire to uncover what lay hidden beneath the surface. I could feel it, the call of the mountains, a deep resonance that pulled at the strings of my heart. As the sun dipped lower, painting the sky in blood-red hues, I realized we were at a crossroads. In that moment, I wanted to scream, to cry out against the chaos swirling inside me. The urgency of the moment pressed down like a vice, the weight of the universe felt crushing, and yet somehow intoxicating. Eli took a step forward, the last light catching in his tousled hair, igniting a fire in his chest. "We can't turn back now. It's time." He reached for my hand, grounding me in his fierce, wild energy. His passion was infectious, a wildfire threatening to consume everything in its path. I looked at Myra, her face pale, her lips pressed into a thin line, and I knew this was our moment, a convergence, a divine intersection of belief and skepticism. As if in response to our turmoil, the mountains trembled again, a low groan resonating from the very depths of the earth, calling to us, challenging us. I staggered back, caught in the gravitational pull of their majesty, their mystery. I remembered the stories told by the firelight, tales of those who had climbed higher, who had learned the language of the stars. I wanted to believe, to step into the unknown and dance with the shadows of the cosmos. But Myra's voice cut through, raw and unyielding. "If we go up there, we might not come back." Her eyes were wide and glistening, reflecting the last rays of sunlight. What if the legends are true? What if the mountains demand a sacrifice? Eli, fearless and reckless, looked at me, urging me to take the leap. I felt the fracture in my heart, the pulse of fear pulling me in one direction and the yearning for something greater in another. The tension in the air crackled, whipping around us like a tempest, swirling with uncertainty, hope, and despair. The mountains stood tall, unwavering, as if they were aware of our turmoil, our decisions weighing heavily upon us. I could hear the cosmos whispering, a distant echo reverberating through the fabric of existence. Each heartbeat was a reminder of the fragile nature of our lives, and the looming question hung in the air like a storm cloud: what would we sacrifice for the knowledge we sought? The wind howled as if the mountain itself were lamenting, a grief-stricken wail that reverberated through the jagged valley. I stood there, heart pounding, feeling the chill seep into my very bones. The air smelled of damp earth and something ancient, something unspeakable. Beside me, Kira clutched her talisman, a frayed string of beads that had absorbed generations of whispered prayers. Her eyes flickered with fear, darting between the shadows that danced around the rocks. "We shouldn't be here," she breathed, voice trembling like the leaves on the trees, but I could only nod, feeling the weight of my own doubt heavy like a stone, lodged in my throat. Marco, his face a mask of resolve, took a step forward, gaze locked on the summit. "We have to." His voice was a low rumble, filled with an urgency that pulled at my insides. I remembered the stories, the rituals woven into the very fabric of our lives, the offerings left at the mountain's feet, the prayers that rose like smoke into the blue abyss above. They said it could grant peace, absolution, a connection to something beyond ourselves. But here we were, on the cusp of reckoning, and all I felt was an impending sense of doom. I remember the night before, the flickering lantern light casting shadows that twisted like the secrets we carried. Kira had spoken of her sister, lost in the fog of despair, swallowed by the mountain's rage. The search parties had returned empty-handed, their faces pale and haunted. It was a pilgrimage gone wrong, Kira had said, tears glistening on her cheeks. I thought I could find her. I thought, her voice trailed off, leaving behind a hollow ache that echoed in the silence of our small village. But it wasn't just Kira. My own journey to this sacred place was steeped in a mixture of desperation and hope. I had come seeking forgiveness for my own failures, a chance to confront the specters of my past. Each step toward the mountain had felt both like a release and a descent into madness, a contradiction I couldn't understand. The whispers in the wind seemed to know my sins, to mock my intent. As we climbed, the terrain shifted beneath our feet, jagged rocks jutting out like bones from the earth. The mountain loomed higher, an imposing figure against the canvas of the sky, a titan that held both promise and peril. I felt the pull of its presence, an ominous gravity that threatened to swallow us whole. My breath came in gasps, each inhale laced with the bitter taste of regret. "What are we doing?" I murmured, half to myself, half to the ethereal shadows that flickered around us. "There's no turning back." Marco's voice cut through the haze, a reminder of the resolve that had once felt so firm. Yet, beneath his bravado, I caught the flicker of fear in his eyes. The weight of the unspoken loomed between us, a fracture that could split our fragile alliance. We were three souls bound by grief, each carrying our own burdens, each desperate for a moment of clarity, a spark of connection. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted, a tension crackling in the air like static before a storm. Kira gasped, eyes widening as she pointed toward a path that wound upward, narrow and steep. "Look," she cried, but I felt a trepidation seep into my bones. Something was wrong. The mountain was alive, breathing, pulsing with a rhythm that felt both familiar and alien. It was a heartbeat shared by countless other pilgrims who had walked this path, seeking solace or redemption, only to be ensnared by the whispers of the past. "We shouldn't go up there," I warned, but Marco was already taking his first step, an unyielding determination etched into his features. "I have to know," he said, voice strained, as if the mountain itself had called to him, beckoned him with promises yet unspoken. I felt the ground shift beneath me, a tremor that echoed the fracturing of our tenuous bond. I remember the moment clearly, the chill of the air, the weight of the unfulfilled prayers hanging like fog over our heads. Kira, her resolve cracking, grabbed my arm. "If we lose him," if her voice trailed off, and I could see the fear pressing against her chest like a vice grip. The thought of losing Marco, of losing the last tether to our shared humanity, was unbearable. "Then we go together," I said, the words spilling out in a rush, an instinct born from the depths of our shared fears. "Whatever it takes." But as I stepped forward, dread seeped in. The mountain was not just a structure of stone, it was a living entity, a presence that held the echoes of those who had come before us, and it would not let us pass without demanding a price. Up we climbed, each step a visceral reminder of our fragile mortality. Shadows danced around us, whispering secrets that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. The higher we ascended, the more the air seemed to thicken, pressing against my lungs. I could feel the weight of history, of all the lost souls who had come here seeking forgiveness, searching for answers, believing the mountain could provide clarity. And then, the ground beneath us trembled. A roar, primal and terrifying, erupted from the very heart of the mountain. My heart stuttered, a wild bird trapped in a cage of bone. Kira clutched my arm, eyes wide with fear, while Marco stood frozen, caught in a moment of revelation. "This is it," he whispered, voice barely audible over the cacophony. "This is what we came for." But what did we truly seek? Clarity, healing, or something deeper? I remembered the stories, the ancient rituals, the blood sacrifices made to appease the spirits of the mountain. The tumult around us swelled, enveloping us in a whirlwind of sound and fury. Faces twisted in agony flashed through my mind, those who had come before us, now trapped in time, echoes of their despair reverberating through the air. It felt as if the mountain was alive, a beast awakening from slumber, angry at the trespassers who dared to disturb its peace. And in the midst of it, I felt it, the fracture between us growing, a chasm that threatened to swallow us whole. The mountain demanded focus, unity, a bond forged in shared suffering. But what did we share? Grief? Fear? A longing for absolution? Together? I shouted, the word swallowed by the chaos. We must hold on to each other. But as I reached for Marco, he stumbled back, eyes filled with a dawning realization. In that moment, I understood, the mountain had revealed its truth. It wouldn't just take lives, it would take bonds, promising something immense in return. I remembered the tales of the ancients, of those who had walked this path before us, seeking something beyond the human experience. They say the mountain holds not just the weight of the past but the fragility of the future. And as the ground shook, I realized we were not merely seekers, we were offerings, sacrifices standing on the precipice of eternity. The mountain roared, and in that sound, I felt the pulse of the cosmos, a reminder of how small we were, how fleeting life could be. I looked at Kira, at Marco, and then into the abyss, into the unknown, and I felt the shadows of those lost, those who had come here in search of connections that transcended the mortal coil. And then, like a thread unraveling, everything fell into chaos. The mountain, a guardian of secrets, began to awaken, each resonant echo a reminder that our journey was only just beginning, a pilgrimage that would spiral into a cacophony of memories, dreams, and the chilling acceptance of our intertwined fates. The wind howled, a tortured wail that climbed the jagged peaks of the sacred mountain, reverberating through the timeless valley like a ghostly lament. I stood there, heart thundering, anger and sorrow coiling tightly in my chest, the weight of ancient trees looming over me like sentinels of forgotten wisdom. Raindrops, cool and relentless, pelted my skin, each one a stinging reminder of the urgency of the crisis that gripped our land. I could almost hear the mountain groan in response to the destruction below, the relentless encroachment of greed gnawing at its roots. I remember the stories. Old tales spoken in hushed tones, the magic that pulsed through the granite veins of this sacred ground. How could we, with our insatiable hunger for progress, dare to defile its sanctity? The land was alive, vibrant with the spirit of those who had walked before, and now it trembled under the weight of our choices. Beside me stood Ilara, her eyes fierce, yet glistening with unshed tears. She was a warrior of sorts, an eco-activist who had fought tooth and nail against the relentless march of industry. Her hands were raw from planting, from clawing at the earth in a desperate bid to hold on to what little remained. "We can't let them do this," she cried, a wild desperation threading through her words. "Not here, not now." But the world didn't listen. The cacophony of machinery, like a monstrous beast, roared in the distance, tearing through the fabric of the mountain's heartbeat. I remember the first time I heard it, how the sound crawled under my skin, igniting a furious flame deep within me. And here we were, on the precipice of oblivion, with everything at stake. Ilara and I had always been different. She, the fierce protector of the earth, ready to challenge anyone who dared harm the sacred, while I often found comfort in shadows, wrestling with my own inadequacies. I was a lover of stories, lost between the lines of history and my own life. As a child, I had imagined myself a knight, fighting for justice, but the reality of my adulthood was far less noble. I was a poet caught in a world that valued profit over preservation. And then there was Jonah, our friend, who stood quietly to the side, a storm raging silently in his heart. He was the voice of reason, the calming presence in our chaotic crusade. Yet his eyes held a darkness, an emptiness that echoed with unspoken words. I had watched him struggle, fighting an internal war against his own disillusionment. "What difference does it make?" he'd mutter when the shadows grew too long. "They'll just pave over us, turn it all into concrete. It's inevitable." But I couldn't let his despair seep into my soul. Not now. Not when the mountain was screaming, when the trees were crying out, their roots trembling in fear of the encroaching machines. "Jonah!" I shouted, the words bursting forth like a floodgate opening. "This isn't just about us. It's about our children. The future." And he looked at me then, a flicker of hope igniting in the depths of his sorrowful gaze, but it was fleeting. The mountains had witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations, and here we were, mere whispers against the storm. I remember the legends of the ancestors, their voices echoing in my mind, urging us to fight, urging us to protect what was sacred. The mountains were more than just stone, they were the very essence of our existence, the guardians of our memories, the silent witnesses to our dreams. Each boulder, each crevice held stories of birth and decay, of love lost and found, but now they faced the threat of erasure. "Can you feel it?" Ilara's voice broke through my reverie, piercing through the fog of despair. "The energy of this place? It's alive." I closed my eyes, inhaling the damp earth and the remnants of wildflowers, fading, but not yet gone. In that moment, I felt the mountain breathe. It was a pulse, a rhythm that throbbed in time with my own heart. The forest whispered secrets in the breeze, tales of resilience and hope, but they felt fragile, like gossamer threads woven into the fabric of the universe. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath our feet, a violent shudder that sent a flock of birds screaming into the sky. The machines were closer now, their metallic claws ravenous for soil and roots. I opened my eyes to see Ilara's face etched in determination, her fists clenched, ready to face the storm head-on. "We stand together. We are the voice of the mountain." And there it was, the spark, the fire igniting within us once more. This wasn't just our fight, it was a battle for every creature that called this place home. The ethereal beauty around us could not be measured in dollars or accomplishments. It was worth more than the entire world. As the machines roared closer, I felt a swell of defiance rise within me, a primal urge to protect what could not defend itself. "We won't let them take it," I shouted, feeling the weight of our ancestors urging us forward. But Jonah hesitated, confusion clouding his eyes. "And how do we stop them?" "They'll crush us like ants." "The mountain is more than just stone," I urged, heart racing faster than the chaos around us, the fight engaging with every fiber of my being. "It's a living, breathing testament to everything we are. If we stand united, we can awaken its spirit." With feeble hearts, we turned to face the encroaching darkness. Time stretched, the shadows of doubt looming, whispering of despair and defeat. But in the midst of that overwhelming fear, a flicker of hope ignited. I could hear it, the heartbeat of the mountain, rising and falling, echoing through the valley, a cosmic reminder that we were never truly alone. And in that moment, I knew that this was only the beginning of a sacred fight. The machines moved ever closer, their mechanical growls tearing through the air. But we stood firm, three imperfect souls bound together by a shared dream, ready to confront the darkness that threatened to engulf us. I felt the mountain rally behind us, its spirit awakening, ready to reclaim its voice. And so, we stood there, on that precipice of an awakening, in the haunting embrace of the sacred mountains, ready to unleash the storm. The sun sank behind the jagged peaks, painting the sky with streaks of blood red and bruised purple. It was as if the mountains themselves wept for the stories they carried, ancient and heavy, secrets buried in their rocky hearts. I stood there, breathless, as the wind howled, a mournful wail that could only be the lament of those who had come before, those who had danced and bled under the shadow of these titans. The air was electric, charged with something primal, something I couldn't quite name. It was the kind of moment that clutched your throat, squeezing until you gasped, a warning that something was terribly wrong. Marina was beside me, her gaze fixed on the horizon, eyes wide with fear and determination. I could see the tremor in her hands, the same hands that had once cradled the earth, coaxing life from barren soil. Now they shook, not from the cold but from the weight of what was coming. She had been a guardian of these mountains, a fierce protector of their sanctity, but today the very ground beneath us felt like a betrayal, a pulse of unrest, as if the mountains themselves were screaming. "We can't let them do this," she whispered, her voice trembling with a ferocity that matched the wind. I felt the urgency in her heartbeat, steady and frantic at once, a metronome of despair. "Marina," I said, the name slipping from my lips like a prayer, "we need to find the others. We can't face this alone." The shadows shifted like ghosts, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something terrible loomed just beyond the veil of twilight. The mountains were sacred, pillars of history, memory, and hope. But now, they were flickering like dying stars, threatened by the encroaching machinery of modernity, the brutal hands of progress. As we stumbled down the worn path, the familiar scent of pine mingled with something acrid, something foreign. A chill curled around my spine, and I remembered the stories my grandmother told me, how the mountains whispered at night, how they held the souls of our ancestors. But now, those whispers felt like a warning. I glanced at Marina, her fierce spirit was a flickering candle in a raging storm. Behind her, shadows danced ominously, the silhouettes of men with cold eyes and hard hearts, ready to tear at the very fabric of what we held sacred. "Where's Elias?" I asked, suddenly aware of the growing emptiness, the ache where his presence should have been. Elias, whose laughter echoed through these valleys, whose love for the mountains was woven into every fiber of his being. He had been our heart, the glue that held our ragtag band together. The hollow in my chest expanded. "He was supposed to meet us here." "I know." Marina's voice cut through the darkening air, sharp and edged with fear. "He said he'd come. He promised." The mountains loomed above us, indifferent, yet somehow alive, their silence deafening. I could almost hear their heartbeat, a slow, deliberate thrum, echoing the urgency between us. I remembered the stories, the way they had shaped us, marked us. We were not just people, we were fragments of something larger, something that had endured for centuries. Then came the rumble, low and threatening, like the growl of a beast awakening from slumber. The ground shivered beneath our feet, and we exchanged a glance, an unsaid agreement that we would fight for our sacred home, for the spirits that watched over us, for Elias. "We have to go to the summit," Marina urged, a fire igniting in her eyes. "If we can reach the elders, we can rally everyone. We can stop this." I nodded, adrenaline coursing through me as we sprinted through the trees, branches clawing at our skin, as if the forest itself was warning us to turn back. I could feel the echoes of voices long gone merge with the wind, their laughter and cries reverberating, merging into a cacophony of hope and despair. "Marina!" A voice called, breaking through the din, Elias, his frame silhouetted against the dying light. Relief flooded through me, but it was short-lived, as I noticed the wildness in his eyes. "They're coming. They brought machines. They're going to stop!" I shouted, the word tearing from my throat. "You don't have to say it. We know." The machines, those monstrous metallic beasts, were creeping closer, devouring our mountains, our past. I could feel the earth beneath us quaking in response, a visceral reaction to the impending doom. Suddenly, a crash echoed through the treetops, as if the mountain itself cried out in anguish. Trees splintered and fell, the sound like a mournful scream that sent chills racing down my spine. "I can't let them take this from us," Elias gasped, his face pale yet resolute. "They don't understand what this place means." "Then let's make them understand," Marina urged, voice fierce, the fire of a warrior rising in her chest. "We can't let them erase our history. They're not just mountains, they are our identity." As we reached the summit, breathless and raw with emotion, I looked out across the valley, the vast expanse of trees and rock, our ancestors watching from the shadows. Their whispers merged with the wind, bidding us to fight, to stand firm against the tide of destruction that threatened to wash over us, erasing everything we held dear. Elias's hand was warm in mine, a lifeline, a tether to sanity. "We fight for them," he whispered. "For the ones who came before and the ones who will come after." The machines roared in the distance, their growls a chilling reminder of our fragility, but we stood together, bound by the weight of our shared history and the urgency of the moment. The mountains, though silent, spoke through us, igniting a fire that would not be extinguished. And so we stood, three souls against the darkness, ready to fight for what was sacred. As the shadows closed in, we took a breath, feeling the mountains pulse beneath our feet, a reminder that we were not alone. The confrontation was near, the storm ready to break. And in that moment, I knew, with every fiber of my being, that we would either rise, or we would fall, but the mountains would always remember. The wind howled around the mountain, a ghostly wail echoing through the jagged peaks. I could feel it in my bones, this ancient call, as if the very stones of the mountain were alive, whispering secrets of despair and hope. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that twisted and writhed like spirits in agony. I stood there, heart racing, the chill of impending night settling into my skin, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was no longer alone. Beneath the waning light, Lydia clutched her son, Thomas, close. Her face was pale, eyes wide with a mix of fear and determination. Each breath she took a reminder of the weight she bore, her husband lost to the mountains, a traverse-turned tragedy. The urgency of their plight hung thick in the air, as oppressive as the clouds gathering ominously overhead. "We have to go back," she urged, her voice trembling. "We can't stay here." But Thomas, just barely old enough to grasp the concept of danger, looked toward the looming peak, fascination mingling with dread. "But Mom, what if we see him? What if he's still there?" His innocence sliced through her resolve, a stark reminder of the hope that still flickered within their desolation. "What if he's waiting for us?" The mountain stood silent, its granite face indifferent to their suffering, yet somehow, it absorbed their grief, echoing back shadows of their past. I could feel it, The mountains held stories, countless souls entwined with the very essence of nature, tales of those who ventured too far, who dared to challenge the sacred heights. What were they searching for? Redemption? Closure? Or perhaps a forever lost within the embrace of the stone? As the last slivers of daylight faded, the atmosphere thickened, a palpable tension that wound around me like a serpent. I watched Lydia, her fingers trembling, pressed tightly against Thomas's soft cheek. In the depth of her gaze, I saw the reflection of her husband's laughter, the warmth of family shattered by the cruel bite of fate. A mother's heart, a fragile thing, bound by the violent storms of memory and longing. "Come on," I whispered, though not to either of them. My plea was for myself, a desperate grasp for courage. The mountains seemed to draw closer, their shadows stretching like ominous fingers reaching out to caress the chill of dusk. I took a step back, losing my footing on the treacherous incline, a misstep that sent a jolt of adrenaline through me, a reminder of how quickly everything could change. "Mom!" Thomas shouted, and the urgency in his voice ignited a fire in her eyes. She advanced toward the edge, her silhouette stark against the darkening sky, each movement imbued with a fierce determination that contrasted sharply with the terror flickering in the child's gaze. "No," he cried, but she pressed on, a warrior driven by the ghosts of yesterday. "Lydia!" I felt the weight of her name on my tongue, a plea that caught in my throat. The past was clawing to the surface, memories flooding back, her laughter on brighter days, the warmth of shared moments, now all shrouded in the chilling embrace of loss. "You can't do this." But she didn't hear me. Or perhaps she couldn't. The mountain's call was louder, a siren song promising answers that had long since slipped through her grasp. The winds howled in response, a cacophony of voices urging her onwards. "You think he's up there?" I asked, my voice trembling, a thin thread of hope laced with despair. "You think he's waiting?" Lydia paused, her breath hitching as she stared into the abyss, a mixture of longing and terror dancing in her eyes. "I have to know," she whispered. "I have to know if he's still alive." Her words hung in the air, heavy as the clouds above. But there was a darkness here, an undercurrent that threatened to swallow them both whole. The mountains had seen too many tragedies, too many souls ensnared by their unforgiving beauty. They loomed like ancient gods, indifferent to human suffering, calling forth the foolish, the brave, and the broken. "You don't understand, Lydia," I implored, stepping closer, the instinct to protect igniting within me. "The mountains don't care about your hope. They take. They don't give." And yet, as I spoke, I could see it, the spark of defiance igniting in her gaze. The allure of the mountain was a drug, intoxicating and dangerous, whispering promises of revelation that could drown in silence. "You think I haven't lost anything already?" she shot back, her voice raw, echoing against the rocky walls. "You think I'm afraid of losing more?" Thomas's breath quickened, his small body trembling against his mother's side. The tension in the air was electric, a storm brewing that had nothing to do with the impending weather. His voice, small yet resolute, cut through the chaos. "I don't want to lose you too," he pleaded, his eyes wide, filled with a pleading innocence that pierced the heart like an arrow. "Please, Mom." In that moment, I realized the gravity of what lay ahead. Here stood a mother, a son, and a mountain filled with both terror and promise. Each was a fragment of the other, each a reflection of the grief and longing that twisted through their veins. And I, a mere observer, felt the weight of their pain as if it were my own, a shared anguish that transcended the boundaries of fear and hope. I could sense the mountain shifting, the wind whispering secrets that twisted through the trees. It felt alive, pulsating with raw energy, as though it were drawing them in, a dark magnet luring them deeper into its heart. And yet, a thought nagged at the edges of my mind, the truth hidden beneath layers of yearning and despair. Lydia stood at the precipice of revelation, poised between two worlds, but beyond that edge lay only the unknown. And as the shadows deepened around us, I knew instinctively that whatever awaited her there, it would change everything. Would it bring solace? Or would it drag her down into the depths of sorrow, forever lost among the echoes of the past? The mountains stood unyielding, their secrets cloaked in silence. The night wrapped around us like a shroud, every heartbeat echoing in the stillness, a reminder that within the sacred embrace of these towering giants lay a tapestry of lives woven through time, each thread a story of hope, loss, and the relentless pursuit of belonging. Out there, in the depths of the darkness, the answer awaited her, just as my own heart raced, caught in the web of their fate. The storm rages, the sky a bruised canvas of grey, the air thick with an electric tension. I stand, feet planted, on the edge of a precipice, my heart pounding like a war drum. Below, the sacred mountain looms, its once majestic peak now barely visible through the swirling mist of ash and smoke. I can feel the fury of the earth beneath me, a primal anger that reverberates through my bones. It's not just a mountain, it's a living memory, the keeper of our ancestral whispers, now gasping for breath, suffocated by the choking hands of climate change. I remember the stories, the legends woven into the fabric of my childhood. I remember a Wheeler's voice, thick with the wisdom of the ages, telling me how the mountain breathed life into our people, how it cradled our hopes and dreams like fragile birds. But today, I feel its pain. Today, I see the scars etched into its granite skin, the gaping wounds that bleed into the rivers, turning them dark and bitter. Beside me, Kira stands, her hands trembling as she clutches a weathered photograph, the last memory of her father, a proud guardian of these sacred lands. He believed in the mountain, she whispers, her voice breaking like the fragile branches of a dying tree. He said it would always protect us. But I can see the truth in her eyes, the flickering doubt. The mountain is no longer our fortress, it is a ghost, haunted by the specters of our choices. The winds howl, clawing at us with icy fingers, and I can't shake the feeling of being watched. The shadows dance around us, twisted forms that seem to whisper secrets of despair. Do you feel it? I ask, my voice barely above a breath. Kira nods, her gaze drifting to the horizon where the city sprawls, a glimmering tangle of glass and steel, indifferent and cruel. They don't see it, she says bitterly. They don't understand what we're losing. We have come here to fight, to reclaim our home from the encroaching darkness, but doubt gnaws at my heart. I think of the protests, the banners, the chants that echo through the streets like distant thunder. Yet here, at the mountain's edge, words feel hollow. What if it's too late? I murmur, the question hanging heavy in the air. Kira's eyes flash with anger, a fire igniting in the depths of her despair. We can't give up, she declares, her voice a battle cry that pierces through the tempest. Not now. Not ever. But the mountain trembles beneath our feet, and I can hear its sorrow, the last vestiges of a song that once rang clear and bold. We are losing something sacred, something irreplaceable. I close my eyes and breathe in the scent of the earth, a fleeting reminder of what once was a symphony of life swirling around me, now fading, the notes growing softer, more distant. I remember, I whisper, lost in the memories. I remember the sky so blue it hurt to look at, the fields alive with color, the laughter of children echoing against the rocks. A crack splits the air, raw and jagged like a wound, and Kira's hand finds mine, squeezing tightly as if anchoring us to this moment, to this place. Look, she gasps, pointing to the summit, where a flicker of light dances, an ethereal glow against the tumultuous sky. Hope? Or a cruel trick of the storm? I can't tell anymore. The city lights blink in the distance, oblivious to the decay creeping through the veins of our world. I think of the people, their faces turned away from the truth, too busy scrolling through screens to notice the world unraveling before them. How can they not see? I murmur, frustration bubbling like a boiling ocean. Kira shakes her head, her expression fierce. We must make them see. We have to fight for those who came before us, for those who will come after. But as the storm rages on, a gnawing fear takes root in my chest. I glance at Kira, her fierce determination warring with my own spiraling doubts. Could we truly stand against the tide of ignorance? Could our voices rise above the cacophony of indifference? The weight of this burden feels too heavy, and I want to scream, to rage against the cruelty of it all. And what if they don't listen? I ask, my voice trembling. What if we lose everything? Her gaze pierces through me, fierce and unwavering. Then we'll lose together, she replies, and in that moment, I see the flickering flame within her, defiance, resilience, a heartbeat that matches my own. The storm howls around us, but together we stand at the precipice, two souls bound by the urgency of this moment, gazing into the abyss of uncertainty. The first drops of rain begin to fall, cold and relentless, splattering against our skin like the tears of the mountain itself. I can almost feel its heartbeat, a desperate rhythm that calls to us, begging for salvation. We can't let this be the end, I say, my voice stronger now, fueled by the urgency of the moment. We have to fight. For the mountain. For each other. Kira nods, and in that simple gesture, a pact is forged, a promise to stand, to scream, to rally beneath the weight of the world. The storm rages, but amidst the chaos, we find clarity, a shared vision that binds us closer, a flickering light against the darkness. I remember, I whisper again, the words rolling off my tongue like a prayer. I remember the stories. The mountain will not stand alone. We will not let it fall. The sounds of the storm become our battle hymn, the wind our only witness as we face the unknown together, hearts pounding, spirits ignited, ready to reclaim what was lost. And in that moment, as the rain pours down, washing away our fears, we come alive, not just for ourselves, but for the mountain and all it represents, a beacon, a memory, a legacy that begs to be saved. But the horizon beckons, and the fight has only just begun. The mountain loomed above, a jagged silhouette against the dying sun, casting shadows long enough to swallow a soul. I stood at its base, heart pounding, as though the very earth beneath my feet trembled with ancient whispers. It felt alive, a great, breathing beast, and I was a mere speck in its presence. My friends, Mia and Lucas, were by my side, faces pale, eyes wide with a mix of exhilaration and fear. Do you feel that? Mia's voice quivered. It's like the mountain is watching us. And she was right. It was an unsettling sensation, a weight pressing down on us, heavy with history and untold stories. The mountain had been sacred for centuries, a place where dreams and nightmares collided. It held secrets like a mother clutches her children, tight, fierce, and unyielding. Lucas scoffed, trying to lighten the mood, but even his bravado couldn't mask the tension in the air. Come on, it's just a rock. A big, stupid rock. Yet the tremor in his voice betrayed him, an echo of the doubt swirling in his mind. I could see them, those shadows creeping in, fear of failure, fear of the unknown, the gnawing worry of what lay ahead. With every step we took, the ground crunched beneath us, a reminder of the countless feet that had tread this path before, some with hope, others with despair. I remember the legends, the stories etched in the fabric of our culture, tales of wanderers who sought answers but found only chaos. Remember when we talked about climbing that crag? I asked, trying to reclaim the moment, pulling us back from the precipice of panic. The one in the movie? The one where they found the hidden temple? Mia's laughter was a distant echo, brittle and fragile. Yeah, but this is real life, not a film. We don't have stunt doubles. I could almost see it, the glint of the temple through the trees, a shimmering promise of discovery mixed with danger. Yet, there was something more profound here, something that tethered us to the ground. It was the weight of our own burdens, our fears that clung like shadows. What were we truly searching for? Was it adventure, or something deeper, an understanding of ourselves? As we climbed higher, the air thickened, every breath became a laborious task. I felt the mountain's pulse, a rhythm that resonated with my own. Memories flickered, my father, his hands rough like the stones we scrambled over, teaching me to be brave. Mountains are just giants waiting for you to take the first step, he'd said. But what if the giants were not just stones but fears? Mia stumbled, and for a moment, time froze. She grasped at the air, the look on her face a mix of terror and disbelief. I can't do this, she gasped, her voice cracking. The mountain seemed to respond, a low rumble vibrating through the ground, mocking her. I reached out, my hand trembling. Yes, you can. You have to. The urgency poured from me, a desperate plea wrapped in fragile hope. You're stronger than you think. Tears glimmered in her eyes, raw and vulnerable. What if I fall? Then I'll catch you. The truth burned in my chest, unyielding. I wouldn't let her go, not now. Lucas watched, his own demons wrestling with the urge to comfort. His gaze shifted, darting between us, caught in the storm of our emotions, and suddenly, it wasn't just MIA who was poised on a precipice, it was each of us, teetering on the edge of something profound. The sky darkened, clouds swirling ominously overhead. I could feel the mountain tremble beneath us, the air electrifying, charged with unspoken fears and desires. It was as if the universe conspired against us, and I could hear the whisper of the ancient spirits, urging us to confront our truths, to face our fears head-on. I remembered the stories, the heroes who had faced their demons atop sacred mountains, who emerged reborn, shining like the stars in the night sky. Would we be the same? Or would we be consumed by our own shadows? We pressed on, every step a battle against the rising tide of doubt. Each heartbeat felt like a countdown. The world around us faded, melting into a haze of vibrant colors and deep shadows. I lost myself in the rhythm, the pulse of our journey. Then, in a moment of sheer vulnerability, MIA spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. What if we don't find what we're looking for? I turned to her, the weight of my own uncertainty hanging like a specter. Maybe it's not about finding something. Maybe it's about facing everything we've been running from. Lucas's eyes widened, realization dawning. So, the mountain isn't just a place. It's everything we've avoided. The truth wrapped around us like a shroud, thick and suffocating. The mountain roared in agreement, the wind howling through the rocks as if to echo our fears. Suddenly, a flash of light split the sky, lightning crackling, illuminating the jagged edges of the mountain, revealing paths hidden in shadow, corridors of danger and discovery intertwining. The storm raged around us, a cacophony of nature's fury, yet it felt strangely liberating, as if the mountain was shedding its own skin, urging us to do the same. I could feel it, the pull of transformation. Each crack of thunder was a reminder that we were alive, that we were all tangled in this cosmic web of fate and choice. I glanced at my friends, their faces alight with fear, but beneath it, a flicker of determination sparked. We can do this, Lucas declared, voice strong, defiant against the storm. And as we forged ahead, the mountain became more than stone and shadow, it morphed into a mirror reflecting our innermost struggles. It was sacred ground, yes, but also a battleground for our hearts, where we would confront the truths we had buried deep. As we neared the summit, the world around us shifted, and with each step, we shed our fears like old skin. The air buzzed with a cosmic energy, drawing us toward something greater, yet unnameable. The sacredness of the mountain pulsed in time with our heartbeats, a reminder that we were merely players in a vast, ancient story, a story that was still unfolding. And in that moment, all that mattered was the climb, the shared laughter, the tears, the pain, and the promise of what lay ahead. The mountain was a canvas, and we were the artists, painting our fears with strokes of courage, illuminating the darkness with every brave step forward. It was not the end, it was the beginning of something infinite. The mountain loomed, its jagged peak piercing the slate-colored sky like a furious god's dagger, a silent sentinel draped in shadows. I stood at its base, my heart racing, echoing the thunderous call of the winds that whipped around me. The air was electric, charged with something primordial, something sacred. It gripped my gut, pulling me into a memory, a dream, perhaps, of ancestors whispering forgotten prayers into the void, their voices mingling with the howls of the mountain's breath. Myra, a firecracker of a woman with ink-black hair cascading over her shoulders like a waterfall of night, paced beside me, her brow furrowed in determination. "We shouldn't be here," she hissed, glancing over her shoulder as if the mountain itself were listening. I could see the tremor in her lips, the way her laughter masked a dread that lay buried deep in her chest, clawing to the surface. "They say the spirits of the fallen guard this place." "Spirits or not, I need to know," I replied, my voice rough as gravel. "This mountain, it calls to me." I could feel it, throbbing beneath my skin like a second heartbeat, urging me to confront the truth that had haunted my waking life for too long. In the distance, I spotted Kieran, his silhouette framed against the craggy backdrop, a stark reminder of the burden he carried. He was the skeptic, the rational one, but I saw the flicker of fear in his eyes, the weight of his own ghosts unleashed by the mountain's presence. "You both are insane," he muttered, his voice tinged with that dry humor he wielded like armor. "What do you think? The mountain will just spill its secrets to 3 wayward souls." I thought of the legends, the sacred stories woven into the very fabric of this land, stories of sacrifice, pain, and transcendence. I remembered the elders speaking of the mountain at twilight, their voices low and reverent. "In every culture, mountains are sacred," I said, the weight of my words settling between us like a thick fog. "In Japan, there's Fuji, a reminder of beauty and destruction. The Andes cradle the memories of lost civilizations. And here, this mountain, it holds the cries of warriors and the prayers of the forgotten." Myra's eye sparkled with intrigue, yearning to unearth the truths buried beneath the surface. "But what if it doesn't want to be known?" she whispered, the wind stealing her words before they could settle. The ground trembled beneath us, a subtle warning, or perhaps an invitation. Suddenly, a figure materialized from the mist, a spectral presence, shimmering and ghostly, clad in the garb of a long-lost age. My breath caught in my throat, a heartbeat suspended in time. "The mountain remembers," the apparition said, its voice a haunting melody that wrapped around us like a vine. "It holds the weight of every soul entwined in its embrace." Kieran scoffed, but I saw the way his hands trembled, how he averted his gaze as if the truth might reach out and grasp him. "This is madness," he said, but even his voice wavered, a thin veil over a storm of doubt. "What if there's something here we need to face?" I pressed, the urgency of my heartbeat matching the rising wind. The mountains across cultures, they've been places of pilgrimage, of confrontation with the divine. They test us, push us to the edge of our very being. What if we're meant to find our truths here? Myra stepped closer, her eyes wide with possibility. Or what if we're meant to confront our failures? The weight of our pasts? The spectre raised a hand, and I felt a jolt of energy surge through me, a rush of memories flooding my mind, my father's voice, cracked with age, speaking of honor and the weight of expectations. I remembered standing on the precipice of a decision, terrified of the echoes of my own inadequacies. I could see my past unraveling like a frayed tapestry, threads of regret intertwining with dreams yet unfulfilled. Kieran's breath caught as he, too, was swept away. "I remember," he murmured, his voice barely audible amidst the howl of the wind. "I remember the day I chose safety over passion." His eyes glistened, a storm brewing behind them. "I remember the girl I let go, the life I never lived." Myra reached for him, her warmth contrasting the biting chill. "We all carry our mountains," she said softly, her voice a balm against the cold reality. "But they also offer us a way to rise." With every pulse of the universe, tension swelled between us, each heartbeat resonating with the very core of existence. The spectre lingered, a silent witness to our unfolding, waiting for us to take the leap. "What if we're not meant to conquer this mountain?" I said, my voice trembling on the edge of revelation. "What if we are meant to embrace it, to let it consume us? To fall into our fears and rise from the ashes?" The ground beneath us trembled again, a low growl of discontent, the mountain warning us of the depths we were treading. But I felt a shift, a push toward uncertainty, and a desire to confront the jagged edges of our lives. I looked at my 2 companions, each wrestling with their own demons, the shadows of their pasts flickering in the corners of their minds. The storm raged, and the mountain's voice beckoned, pulling us into the void, urging us to confront the unthinkable. "We are bound to this place," I breathed, and in that moment, I understood. Sacredness is not merely a haloed peak but the struggle to find meaning, the quest for reconciliation with our pasts. The ghostly figure spread its arms, and time suspended, the air thick with anticipation. Each of us stood at the precipice of our own sacred mountains, trembling in the winds of possibility, an eternal dance between fear and revelation. And there, in the heart of the storm, we found ourselves drawn deeper, the yearning to understand spiraling us into the abyss, where the mountains of our souls awaited, vast, untamed, eternal. The confrontation was at hand, a reckoning bound by the weight of our shared stories. and as the whispers of the mountain fused with our own voices, the echoes carried into the night, weaving a tapestry that would never truly end, a loop of endless searching, unsolved mysteries, and the relentless pursuit of truth. The wind howled through the jagged peaks, a banshee's wail echoing in the unforgiving night. I stood at the edge of the world, breathless, heart pounding, a hollow drum in the chaos. The moon hung high, a ghostly witness to an ancient ritual, casting shadows that danced like restless spirits across the granite face of the mountain. I felt the weight of centuries pressing down on me, a promise and a burden intertwined. The sacredness of this place was palpable, vibrating in my bones, a siren call that beckoned me closer to the precipice of my own fears. Elena was there, too, her eyes wide with a mixture of awe and terror. She had come to find solace, to connect with something larger than herself, something that had been lost in the haze of her day-to-day existence. I remember when she first whispered to me about her dreams, those fractured visions of mountain tops and star-strewn skies. "They haunt me," she said, clutching my hand as if I were a lifeline. "I must find my way back." But what does it mean to find your way back when the path is shrouded in fog, when the past is a heavy cloak that stifles your breath? And then there was Marcus, his laughter echoing like the chime of distant bells, layered with a darkness that shadowed his every word. Each joke landed like a stone in the stillness, buoyed by an undercurrent of sorrow. He, too, sought the mountains, their indifference to human suffering both a comfort and a torment. "Why do I feel like a ghost?" he asked one night, his voice cracking like the ice underfoot. "I'm here, but I'm not really here. I can't escape my own shadow." I wanted to tell him that we all carried our shadows, that the mountains themselves wore the weight of untold stories etched into every crevice, but how could I? I was lost, too. As we stood together, the wind clawed at us, a reminder of nature's raw power. Elena took a step closer to the edge, her silhouette framed by the ethereal glow of the moon. "Do you feel it?" Her voice was barely a whisper, nearly swallowed by the tempest. "This place, it knows. It remembers." Her words lingered in the air, heavy with unspoken truths. I could almost see the past unfurling before us, the ghosts of those who had once worshipped here, who had carved their prayers into the rock, each offering a plea for guidance, for clarity. Did they find it? Did the mountains offer them solace, or simply swallow their cries into the void? I thought of the ancient rituals, the blood and fire that once animated these slopes, the sacrifices made in the name of understanding. Were we any different? Standing on the brink of our own despair, seeking answers from stone and sky? Each heartbeat echoed in the silence, a reminder that we were alive, yet hovering on the edge of something profound and terrifying. The air crackled with tension, electric and intoxicating, and I could feel the mountain breathing, an ancient entity, indifferent yet knowing. A crack of thunder split the sky, a jagged line of light illuminating the landscape, revealing a fleeting glimpse of beauty amidst the chaos. Marcus's laughter faltered as the storm rolled in, his bravado crumbling like dry leaves beneath the weight of reality. "This is it, isn't it?" he said, half to himself, half to us. "The moment we face everything we've ever been afraid of." I felt the truth of his words seep into my soul, a poison that both terrified and exhilarated me. In that moment, the mountain became a mirror, reflecting our deepest fears and desires, the darkness we carried hidden under layers of bravado and laughter. Elena stepped back, her resolve faltering. "What if we're not meant to leave?" Her voice trembled, fear creeping in like a cold shadow. "What if this place keeps us?" I wanted to reassure her, to tell her that we were merely visitors in this sacred space, but the mountain's quiet intensity spoke louder than my words. It wrapped around us, a shroud, holding our fears and dreams close, smothering us with possibilities. The storm raged, wind whipping around us, a tempest of emotions, love, loss, hope, despair swirling like a chaotic dance. In the midst of the uncertainty, I felt a pull, an urgency that compelled me to move forward. What if the mountain was not a prison but a sanctuary? A place where we could confront our ghosts without judgment or expectation? I looked at Marcus, his eyes dark and stormy, and I saw a glimmer of understanding there. "We can't hide forever," I said, my voice steady despite the chaos. "This is our moment." The words hung in the air, a fragile thread connecting us. Elena stepped to the edge again, the abyss calling to her. But what if it swallows us whole? She cried, the vulnerability laid bare in her voice. What if we can't return to the world we know? The wildness in her eyes mirrored the storm's fury, and I felt my heart race, an electric charge, a dare. Perhaps that's where the truth lies, I replied, my voice a quiet flame against the tempest. In the unknown. And then, as if summoned by our collective fear and longing, the storm broke, rain cascading down like tears from the heavens. It drenched us, fierce and unrelenting, washing away the years of doubt and pain, exposing the rawness of our souls. The mountains groaned beneath the weight of our burdens, their voice a symphony of release. In that moment, we were no longer just Elena, Marcus, and me. We became entwined in the heart of the mountain, our fears whispering secrets to the winds, our hopes rising with the mist. I remember the feeling of becoming one with this sacred place, a circle unbroken. The rain soaked into our skin, a baptism of sorts, and as I closed my eyes, I felt a pulse, a heartbeat in sync with my own. The night remained a tempest, but within it, a fierce light flickered. It called to us, demanding release, and I could almost see the path unfolding before us, winding through the shadows. We were lost, yet found. The mountains held us in their embrace, and I knew, in that moment, that the legacy of these sacred giants would forever echo through our souls. The confrontation was just beginning, the true journey had only just begun.